Good Sunday evening. What's up, everybody? Viva España! Is Alberto in the house? If you are, enhorabuena. And to every other Spaniard all over the world. Very exciting. First time in 16 years. Only the second World Cup won by Spain. Very happy. Hope you guys are all doing well tonight on this lovely evening. Very lovely. Nice cool down temperatures for the first time in weeks. I don't know how many weeks, at least 2-3 weeks. Yeah, so pretty happy about that, at least. Now that we are getting towards the second half of July, soon to be in August, I guess the cooler temperatures are going to start to prevail at this point. Hopefully, anyways, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let me jump right in. Sue's here to hang out a bit tonight. And yeah. So first and foremost, to my lovely wife, thank you, Vivian. She's busy, had to make a phone call. And she knew it would take a while, so she figured she'd leave everybody her hellos right away, 10 minutes early. Thanks, Hunt. What's up, Tom? Good to see you. Good to see you as well. Brian, what's happening? Hope you're good. And Brian tells you to hit the like button if the energy Rubén gives off is interesting to you, I guess. Check out his previous shows and decide if you want to subscribe. But definitely don't feel like you have to subscribe. The subscribes have been going up too much for my taste. Getting close to 800 soon. So yeah, if you guys remember, I as I was approaching 500, I was like, okay, this would be a perfect place to kind of call it, right? At 500, would have been pretty happy. There's nothing I can do to stop it though, except slow it down, surely, which I've done, which I'm happy about. But anyways, yes, please, everybody, if you're new here, do not subscribe unless you really feel like you're going to come back and watch regularly, okay? Otherwise, if you don't think you will, don't subscribe. And if you already did, click it again and unsubscribe. All right. What else do we got? Who else do we got? Hydra's in the house. Happy Sunday to you. Thankfully, the World Cup is done. Otherwise, we'd be glued to the TV. Big soccer fan, are you? Jason Ladwig, what's up, buddy? And Brian, only bid one item, the Monsters Unleashed. Really, the Wendigo cover, wow, went until the end when I had to bow out. How far did you go on that one? Because to me, that seemed like really shockingly high, given that it's only, a Monster magazine cover featuring Wendigo, but I guess technically I'm not, I don't think it's shockingly high. I think it's high, but like I wasn't super surprised. I would have thought more like half of that, 20 something, but I'm not super surprised just because Wendigo is and will forever be connected, to the Hulk 181, Wolverine, first appearance. So yeah. So I guess that's what does it. People love Wendigo because of that, and I've always loved Wendigo. So I guess I'm not too surprised of the love. Just a bit surprised at just how much they would have paid for that cover, And I bought the giant portfolio you recommended, Tom. Nice one. See, dropping the knowledge in the chat. People taking advantage of it. That's nice. It's always nice to see that. And Peter's in the house. What's up, Peter? And you were early. Nice. You were early also. A couple of minutes. Nice. And so Hydra, you got the portfolio for your wife. Your wife collects movie posters. That's interesting. You never mentioned that before. That's kind of interesting. All right. Does she just happen to have a few, or does she actually collect them? That's kind of interesting. And who else do we have? Who else? Everybody, of course, talking to each other, saying hello to each other. CJ's in the house. What's good, CJ? And Marcus is in the house. There's football talk, but I already talked about it. I mean, put up the congratulatory slide at the beginning. Yeah, that's about it, I guess. Thank you, Peter, for the congratulations in Spanish. There is no space between the A and the B, though. It's one word. Or between the N and the H. All one word. And away we go. Greetings to you, John Brown in the house. David Barr in Oz. What's happening, man? Auctioning signatures? I don't know what you mean by that. Who else? Who else? Who else? Rickster! Rick Welch in the house. Good evening to you. Who else is here? Let me see. Digging deep. Who else is in the room? Alberto has forsaken us. Qué lástima. España ganó. It's fantastic. Fantastic. I love it. Let's see. Who else? Who else? On stage has filled the wall? What? What does that mean? I mean, I know I got that on stage thing over there on the wall, but is that what you're talking about? All the foosball is over with. Yes. And Tom was complaining. Tom was looking forward to tonight because he was complaining he had a crappy week at work, really, really busy at work, and 105 degrees all week long, which I will agree with you, Tom. That sucks. On both counts, I guess. Dwayne's a pain. What's happening, dude? And yeah. So hopefully your temps are at least starting to go down like they are over here today. And the real football starts soon, baby. Starts soon. We're getting there. We're getting there. Looking forward to it. But see, getting to it means that summer's over. So I kind of don't want to get to it quite yet. You know, just because for me at least, our nice weather months, like 6 months out of 12 are like nice, you know. The other 6, not so nice. So I like to prolong the summer as much as I can. And let's see, who else do we have with us? Shaggy, where's Shaggy? Oh, Shaggy, of course, saying hello to everybody. What's up, Shaggy Wong? What's good, man? And let me see, who else? Did I miss anybody? Mark V in the house. Just take the extra subscribers. No, Mark, I don't want the extra subscribers. Like I said, unless they want to watch, that's meaningful. That's worthwhile. But if they're not going to watch, I don't need the extra subscribers. I definitely don't want them. Yeah. Getting too close. It's slow. Sooner or later, going to get to 1,000, which means I'm eligible for monetization, which concerns me because I'm not going to monetize. I have no intention to monetize. And then I'm concerned that their algorithms are going to hassle me when anybody swears or says any of those terrible words like sexual assault, kill, rape, murder, guns, violence, all that nonsense, whatever that, yeah, so I'd like to avoid that as long as possible, if possible, So that's it. But happy to see you here, sir. Hey, Mark, are you hanging out all day for a little while, maybe, or what? All night, I should say, or for a little while? How long are you planning on staying tonight? Rubén should create his own absolute Batman retailer variant. Hell no. On that note, though, as coincidence would have it, I reread Absolute Batman #1 today. And it was pretty good. Like I said, it was pretty good the first time I read it 2 years ago or a year and a half, whenever that was. I think I liked it more the second time. I don't know. I hope I've got time to bang out a few other issues. I'd like to. It's only, what is it, five issue story? I think it's a part 1 of 5. I'd like to at least, read the whole first storyline and then judge it and see how it is there that way. Well, Ruben, if people are watching, then the number can keep rising. Again, the viewers can rise. You don't have to subscribe to view, remember? So sure, everybody in the world can watch. Let's get millions of views if they want to watch. I just don't want them to be subscribed if they're not going to watch. That's all. Yeah, it's all related to that 1,000 subscriber threshold where you get, you're able to get monetized. It's all related to that. I just feel like they've got their algorithm programmed to screw around with everybody. They watch you more carefully, and that's when they start giving you shit for like saying those words they don't want you to say. So stupid. So that's it, Obligations coming through with subscription numbers. Right, Nash in the house. What's up? And who else do we have? Hellos from Mark. Hellos to Ryan. Who do we got? Dan Goodwin's back. Definitely not a subscriber. There you go. You see, he can watch and he doesn't even have to be subscribed. What up, Dan? And let me see, who else do I have here with a Sig Slayer? Mike the Sig Slayer. Watching this as I prep for SDCC. What's up, Mike? Good to see you, dude. Good luck with the prep, and good luck in SDCC. I hope it goes well for you, man. And let's see, who else do we have? Who else do we have? A lot of hellos back and forth again. And I know Jeff Wedding is going to be there. He told me he's heading back. He wasn't planning on heading back again, but he said he would. Ronnie! Ron, that's just my way of term of endearment. To add the E at the end, the E sound. What's up, Ron? Good to see you. Ron, you've never been on. You should come on with me and hang out. Talk about the auction. That would be cool. People would love to see you. You're never on. What's SDCC? And it's some kind of like small convention, I heard, somewhere in some small town in California. Yeah. You should go sometime, Marcus. And Rick says that if I wasn't a comic art collector, I'd collect movie and concert posters. And I know how you feel, Rick. I know. I mean, there's so many things that over the years I would have enjoyed collecting as well. Movie posters being one of them. Not as much the concert posters, but concert poster original art. It's a lot of it is not really all that pretty, but movie poster art would have been phenomenal. But aside from the fact that it's rare as hen's teeth, it's way too expensive to afford for most people anyways, including me. So I think I have one. I got two movie poster artworks. Yeah, I got one for a low-budget horror movie, The Town That Dreaded Sundown, 1974, I think. And then for a triple X, something else I'm not allowed to say if I get to like 1,000 subscribers. You see, guys, that's why I don't want to get there. A triple X porn flick, Yeah, back when they occasionally made their posters with paintings. So it would have been cool to get more of them, but yeah, again, they're just not around and too expensive, when they are around. So, but yeah, man, I get you. I get what you're saying though, Rick. Yeah, it would be fun to be able to collect all that stuff, And let me see, talking about portfolios, I sold all of mine to buy original art. Okay, says Rick. Tom's got a bunch of posters, of course. It's all movie related. If it's movie related, he's got it. He's got it. And we got Scotty in the house. What's up, Scott? Good to see you, sir. Maki Poo has come in. How you doing, Michael? And Marcus says, if guys miss 2 shows in a row, Ruben will think they hate him. Yeah, that's what happens. Yeah, like I give a flying fuck. Nothing personal, but sometimes I don't even remember when some of you regulars are not here for a week or two. It's nothing personal. It's just sometimes I'm just so busy talking, whatever. And it's just like I don't realize until like after the show, like, hey, I just realized so and so wasn't here this week or whatever. You know, that's not a personal thing. And MLB, estás aquí. All right. What's up, MLB? Focus on sci-fi, fantasy, and 60s. Are you telling me to focus on that? Or are you saying you focus on that? I don't know what that means. Marcus puts baseball icon on the chat. For MLB, of course. Estamos juntos aquí. Look at that. Peter's suddenly the Mr. I speak Spanish tonight. Nothing but Spanish. 35 people watching now, CJ. So yeah, if those of you watching, again, I don't give a shit about subscribing if you're not subscribed. But if you don't mind just giving me a little encouragement by hitting that thumbs up icon, right somewhere around here where I'm pointing, that'd be cool. Like I said, it's just encouragement. Not getting money for this. And let me see. Right. Found many posters. Okay. If you missed 4 shows, Ruben thinks they are now enemies. Again, not true. Hi, everyone from Ian, everybody. Ian in Southern Cali, running errands, but we'll be listening in. Sounds good, Ian. Good to see you. A lot of posters are so cheap. Talking about posters. Ruben, you must be happy Spain won. I am. If you hadn't come in a little bit late, Michael, you would have seen I posted a nice message as I opened the show, as I went live. But it's also in my I also posted it in my Instagram and my Facebook. So you might catch it there if you get my posts in your feed at all. And let me see who else. But here you go, Michael, just in case. Let me cover my face here a little bit. I'll put that up there for just a few seconds. But yeah, that's what I posted. So I'm very, very happy indeed. And like I said, I of all days for Alberto not to show up, it's pretty sad that he didn't show up on this one. Not many Spaniards, as far as I know, in our hobby. So it would have been nice for him to be here. Let's see. Fuck that, says CJ. Not sure why. Mark, you'll be here for a while. Okay, good to see you. Mark, if you want to be here for a while, do you feel like hanging with me in the chat? No pressure. No pressure. And I know you're not super into the mainstream art, which is mostly what we'll kind of look at and talk about. But if you want to give your 2 cents and just hang with me for a bit, you're welcome. But again, no pressure. Ruben is afraid he'll become woke if he gets 1,000 subs. Why do I even read your comments, Marcus? I don't know. And there he is. Mr. I'm going to be heading back to San Diego. What's up, Jeff? I woke up just in time for the show. And what do we got here? Absbat is up to issue 21 now. I know, which is kind of why I was like, I always said I'd eventually kind of, read more of it to, get a better feel for what it's like. And that's it. And I feel like I'm already starting to get overwhelmed. Once it was hitting like 18, 19, I was like, oh man, like I don't think I'm ever going to get around to it because now I feel overwhelmed. Like it's too much to catch up on. Like if I end up liking it, it's like, oh my God, I got so many issues to read, whatever. But I thought, okay, I'll after the game ended this evening, I was like, all right, let me read something before the show tonight. And I chose the Abs Bat. Yeah, I only had time for one issue though, but yeah. So who knows? Hopefully sometime, maybe tomorrow or something. Maybe I can at least, I'd like to bang out like issue 2, 3, 4, 5, so I can at least finish the first storyline and just see how it, give it a good fair judgment, And if you get close, we'll unsub. Perfect, CJ. I love that. 56, a lot of covers for Papa to buy. I think Swaggle said 373 con exclusives at SDCC. Damn. That's crazy. Been a few Sundays since I've been free. Been hoping to listen in a while tonight. Nice, man. Thank you. Good to see you, of course. And 7 dirty words you can't say on YouTube. What's up, Mike? Mike's in the house. And we got, look at that, alcalde el mayor. Everybody's speaking Spanish tonight suddenly. Jeff, post pictures, buddy. And let's see. Hello, Philip Laden in the house. What's good? And Philip, hey, just wanted to say a quick thank you for explaining to the 2 complainers on that. I was notified that a couple of guys on the that awful message board, what do you call it, the CGC board, were complaining about how they can't watch my shows because it's just too long for them, you know. And one guy apparently was saying, we're too old, they need younger blood. Hey, complain all you want, but in the meantime, you don't do anything to help the situation, right? You gotta love that. A lot of people love to complain and do absolutely jack fuck all to make things better. So anyways, then Philip came in. That's why I'm mentioning Philip, everyone. Philip, he hangs out there, and he stuck up for me and just basically explaining that the reason the shows last so long is because I want and I like to talk to everybody who is a live viewer, you know. So thank you again, Philip. Let me see. So what else? Never been invited. You've never been invited, Marcus? I know that's one big pile of bullshit. Let's see. Anderson will do. Mikhail's in the house. What's good, Mikhail? Good to see you. Movie poster art is in the hands of a few collectors. Well, you know, I think movie poster art, the reason you never really see a lot of it, it's because I think most of them ended up in the hands of like producers, you know, all the Hollywood the behind the scenes guys. I think most of them ended up taking them home, you know. I think that's where most of them are, honestly. I do believe most of them exist. I don't think there's like I don't think we'll ever hear of a story where, like a whole bunch of them were in a Hollywood studio backlot warehouse and then they got thrown out or, you know, into the trash. I mean, it's possible that may have happened, you know, for some pieces at some point decades ago, but on the whole, I don't think that happened in any large numbers. That's my gut feeling. I think most of them are out there, but like I said, in the homes of movie producers, their families, you know, their heirs or whatever. Yeah. The foreign ones are easier to get for sure. Yeah, that's the thing, and that's, you know, that's okay. But it's like, you know how it is, Marcus. It's it's kind of the same situation with Marvel and DC American comic art versus the Marvel UK stuff, let's say, or, you know, other foreign editions, right? They've never been anywhere near as popular as the American stuff. So, hey everyone, looking forward to seeing some of you at SDCC. Alex Garcia, the illustrator, says it. What's up, Alex? And more hellos. Forgot his name, but the guy that was on Mandel's show collects poster art. He has a lot of killer pieces. I may have to check that out. If you can find that, if you would find it in your good heart, Tom, to find the actual episode you saw that and email that to me, that would be cool. I'd appreciate that. 786, that number is used to represent God in Islam. Nice. There you go. Perfect, man. And let me see. Who else? YouTube has a lot of rules. Yes, exactly. George Carlin only taught you 7 of them. Yeah, indeed. It's funny. Greedy's in the house. Some of us just changed our name. Old name. Oh, you were Erlander? That's funny, man. That's hilarious. Okay, so we will never see Erlander again. Good to see you, Greedy. And spreadsheet rule. Congrats to the Spaniards. Indeed. Thank you, Mikhail. going to try and find Marcus at SDCC, but now that I heard Ulan is dropping her first book, that'll be my first stop, I hope. Ulan Abrera. She's going to be a hot in-demand artist at SDC, I hear. Let me see. Let's see who else is here. Hope to get an Ulan comic PSA graded. It's okay. You can say you care about us, Ruben. Let's get those likes and subscribes. Let the likes up. Get the likes up, not the subscribes. Just the likes. Compton in the house. Look at that. Probably another SDCC attendee next week. I don't know. What's good, Compton? And thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, not that I did anything, but thank you. And let me see. MLB no auction wins. Collecting down. Indeed, indeed. It's hard to win at anything at Heritage when you're collecting down, right? All right. So still some people trickling in. That's fun. We got Compton here. And let me see. Spain took it to the HNL. He did. Yeah. Mark's going to think about coming in and needs the dinner first. No worries. Like I said, it's you know, like I said, open invitation. If you do, you let me know and I'll email you the link. Ordered the 3 abs bat TPBs on Amazon this week to check out the hype. Wow, Mike. That's pretty cool. Like you were willing to try out 3 at the same time. Put your money on 3 of them. That's giving it a fair chance for sure, man. It's really, really well done. So yeah, 41 viewers. I don't know how many likes now, but please, the thumbs up's right here if you don't mind. Click that. Would appreciate it. And did anyone here win the Iron Man splash? Yeah, I mentioned it last week, Compton. I was the one who ended up with that one. But you know, you got a nice large image of it on Heritage. Like I'm not gonna waste my time posting it in my gallery, you know. But yeah, it's alright, you know, it's alright. What's $4 million between you and me, you know, between me and Heritage? Let me see. Absolute Books have now gotten C.B. Cebulski removed as editor-in-chief at Marvel. What do you mean? They're selling so well. What would that have to do with it? Why would he be leaving because the book sold so well? Oh, that's a kind of a weird comment. Rubén DaCollector. Yes, indeed. Apparently, that is my real name. Marcus knows. Squeaky wheels, down to every last sketch card and keychain. What up, Murdoch? Thanks for dropping by. It looks like CJ says, you don't like it? Don't watch it. And have a steaming cup of shut the fuck up. That's a great way to put it. I love it. Thanks, CJ. That's really cool. A lot of movie poster art at the Lucas Museum. Well, you will let me know when it opens in a couple of months and you go and check it out on opening day, Marcus. And if anybody, you know what, if anybody else, if any of you, I would put it out there right now, if any of you guys are planning to go like really soon after it opens, you know, and unlike Marcus, if you've been on with me here in the studio before, I would love for you to let me know if you'd like to come on, and we'll do hopefully an entire episode, just so you can tell us all about the experience, you know, let us know. And if you take pictures, I don't know if they allow pictures in the museum, whatever, but we can show pictures if you have them. But yeah, if anybody wants, that'd be awesome. We can make a show of it, you know. That could be fun. So just throwing it out there. And hey, what's up, Lee? And says George Lucas has his first right of refusal for any Star Wars art. Yeah, we know that. That's true. That has been the case for a long time. Yep. And let me see. Oh, it was a while ago there, Tom. No worries then. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's not too important. Do they do that many shows though? Do they do like a regular show? Is it a weekly thing or whatever? Chuck Arnold in the house. What's good? Yeah, someone take the Earl Lander name quick. Exactly. That's funny. Let me see. Yo, yo, yo. Waiting for the rare Ulan Absbat variant. Who isn't doing one these days? Boo, I think Ruben looks young, is energetic, and hip. I'm not very young anymore. But I'll take the hip and I'll take the energetic, I guess. I am tired at times, but I don't know. I can usually get energetic on Sunday nights, you know. So Bill Wu already at the next comic art table, is he? Didn't watch, but seems Spain got lucky. Nah. It was indeed a tight game. It was. Paez, the new Gatorade, right? Oh boy. Yeah, more of a Sunday and Wednesday buyer. More Wednesday. Yeah, find cheap stuff that catches my eye, so I spend more. I got it, man. I got it. Yeah, listen. The less eyeballs there are on an auction, the more you stand to get stuff for a little bit more reasonably priced, right? So look at that, Sean. Sean is with us again. What's happening, Sean? Sean, did you win anything at the auction? You should come in and join. You want to come in and join and talk about the auction? Haven't seen you in a minute. Marvel fell behind DC in sales due to the absolute books. Oh, did they? Overall sales? They didn't actually surpass them like on a yearly basis, did they? That's interesting if they did. That might be, wouldn't that be like the first time in decades? That would be wild if that's accurate. You know, or have someone live stream from the Lucas Museum. Yeah. I think that's expecting a lot, you know. Look at that, Mark. Maybe you could be the first guy to come back here. That'd be the first. So the first day is September 5th, and that's a Saturday. I think they said they were opening on a Saturday. Wow, you could come back the very next day, join me, and talk all about it on the September 6th show. Ooh, let me know if you want to do that, man. Let me know if, you know, ask your wife if, first of all, let me know if you want to do it, if you think that would be fun. And then ask your wife if she'd be okay if you abandoning her for like, you know, 4 hours on Sunday night. And then, yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be fun for sure. Ian says he's going to be one of the first days. That's cool. Going to be many we know their opening day. I have a feeling that's true, Tom. Yeah. Mark just wants to go in first to see the castle-free wing of the Lucas Museum. Man, it'd be pretty awesome if they had some kind of castle-free props. Let me see. Robert Berman has now entered the room a few minutes ago. What's up, Robert? Good to see you. Mr. Dampier himself. I look like I had a hip replaced. I have not had a hip replaced. So that would be the prop to get. Ian's in the house, busy and may intermittently will be on, but we'll see. Hope you all have a great week if I can't have back on. All right, Ian, have a good one, pal. And I sound like the Emperor? You mean Palpatine? Does he say, join me? Does he do that? I don't remember those words. That sounds more like a Vader quote, you know? But I'm not the big Star Wars nerd like you guys, so I'll assume that you know what you're talking about. If indeed you're referring to Palpatine and not another Emperor. Oh, speaking of Emperor, The Last Emperor. Fantastic film. I know that sounds like I just watched it for the first time ever. No, I've probably seen it 4 or 5 times. Love it. Always loved that movie. So just thought I'd throw it out there. Very stream of consciousness thinking, you know. GoPro is unlikely. Yeah. Okay, so join me or die. Speaking of emperors. Yeah, so welcome to everybody who is here. Obviously to you guys who are always here in the room. chatting away. And to the rest of you who are here watching silently and don't feel like watching, commenting in the chat, just want to watch quietly. So I got nobody with me to share the room. As Marcus says, no, Vader, join me for a root beer float. Nice. So I don't know. Hopefully somebody will pop in a little bit later. I invited my friend Tony, man, Tony NYC Jr., who we haven't seen since we did a bit of a show and tell back when I used to do partial show and tells on the Comic Art Hangout series early on, a few years back. I think he was number 7 or 8, can't remember, but he said he may drop in at some point. So that'd be cool. Haven't seen him in a long time. And so I'm thinking they watch quietly waiting for the Felix giveaway. That's true too. That is true too. No, Tony's not here right now, as far as I know. But yeah, so for now, anyways, actually, so what I was thinking of doing, everybody, is I'm gonna share the screen, right? I got it prepped. So I'm gonna share the screen, and I know it's not ideal for my channel, right? Because it's all about the interaction with you guys. But being alone, I can't be in the other tab or window, manipulating the Heritage website and also like see you or whatever, see your comments. So that's kind of what sucks. So I won't be able to really address your comments except for, let me look at a few pieces first, and then I'll go back and look at comments, So that's why when somebody's here with me, that's on these types of shows, it helps, because as they give their opinion on some art, whatever, I can leave the art there and then jump back into the room and amplify your guys' comments and voices, Yeah, so but I was thinking, so since I'm alone, and because of that 10-second delay between the time that you type a comment and before I get to see it in my software, I'm thinking of just going kind of quickly, just making my own sort of quick comments on pieces and just keep sort of quickly going through them, right? In order to see if we can maybe get through the entire auction. And if it goes that quickly, I thought, okay, maybe once that's over, I'll throw it out at you guys and you can tell me, hey, what, are there any specific ones you want me to go back to that we should talk about? Or if you want to do that right off the bat, I'd be okay with that too. Like if you guys have pieces in your mind that you're hoping that got addressed, or you want to say something about them, I mean, I'd be happy to just go and do searches for those pieces. Like I said, like always, whatever you guys, however you guys would prefer to do it, I'd be fine with it, Yeah. So, but anyways, let me go and check to make sure I'm logged in. I may have been, because I've been logged in for a while now. So let me see if they kick me out on Heritage. And so right now it looks like I am apparently still signed in. So, okay, so that's good. And I currently have it in order of the number. So basically from the first lot number, and that's basically the order I figured I'm going to go in, right? And I've also enlarged the screen so that when I share it, you guys will only see like 2 pieces on the screen at a time. And yeah, that way you guys can see a little, the pieces a little bit better. And the ones that I focus on, or the one I say something about, I'll put my pointer over it because it enlarges it even more, right? I think that'll be a pretty good way to do it. And now before I share the screen, Mark says, I assume you'll chat about the Al Williamson piece that was drawn by Ron French. So let me explain to you one thing, Mark, and everybody else. I have not seen the auction. I did not look at the lots before the auction. And I only spent a few minutes quickly scanning through a few pieces before we went live. So I really haven't seen anything. So I don't know anything about that. I remember at some point somewhere earlier this week, somebody said something about a page that was ghosted by friends or whatever. But I don't know. Other than that, I don't know what you're talking about, Mark. So that's why I'm saying to everybody, I haven't seen, I don't know what was sold other than a few pieces. I don't know what was sold at this one. So if you'd like me to maybe go to some, I think we could start by like, I'll scroll down the first page and you let me know how that goes. If you like that, let me do that one page first. And then after that, I'll stop. I'll see what you guys have to say. And then maybe we'll just take sort of requests and I'll do searches for specific pieces or something, Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about, Chuck. I will say, everybody, thanks to our friend, Major League Baseball front office, who has been also noticing pieces that have resold for either big losses or big wins. And he sent me an email with plenty of examples. And, most of them I already had seen them sell the first time, right? But it's great to have his help because since I never tracked any lots, right, on this particular auction, he gave me a bunch of examples that I already had the first sales information on. And now I don't necessarily have to go through the entire auction privately on my own because he gave me quite a few examples of things. And I got to say, there was quite a few examples that went, well, let's put it this way. There's quite a few examples that I'll be able to see on future episodes of Stop the Insanity, but also a few examples, crazy examples of examples of resales that we will see on future examples of Insanity wins, shockingly. And a Paro Aquaman cover in particular is the one that really stands out in my mind. So that's it. But other than that, I don't know really anything that sold. So that's why I think I'll share the screen. We'll go down on the first page, see how that works, and take it from there. What say you, Rubén DaCollector? Chat live, huh? Rubén, the no chat. Rubén, the silence is golden. It's such a DaCosta thing to do. Nobody knows what you're talking about. That's the funny thing, Marcus, except you and me, The pieces I was interested in hearing opinions on were the Joe Shuster production art and cover recreations. And that's Schomburg. That's funny because the little bit of looking and scrolling that I did do earlier, Philip, I personally, I looked quickly at a couple of the Schomburg pieces, but my own personal taste is I don't really have interest in that stuff. I have nothing really to say about them other than I find they're all way overvalued. They're nice, so it's not an aesthetic issue, but for what they are, I just find them overvalued, but I have nothing else to say about that. Katana didn't draw, just the cost of doing business. From the Ghost. Ron Friends claimed that he drew. Oh, Ron Friends claiming that he drew a Williamson piece. That's interesting. Hey, what's up, Rich? Rich in the house. And let's see who else. Big game sold for $93.50 on Clink in June last year. And yeah, exactly, Chuck. Exactly. Just insane. And that's the thing is that, like, I look at that, and I'm like, what are you guys thinking? Like really? Anyways, we'll probably stop on it just to let everybody see it, and then we'll stop on it when we get there. And wow, you won one of the G.I. Joe covers that went at auction. Wow, congrats, Maki. Maybe a lot of G.I. Joe art in this auction. I noticed there was some G.I. Joe art, so maybe we'll get to it. I'll stop on it, and you can tell us a little bit about it when we get to it. Paro is hot. Fuel for the show. Everyone collecting for the love of the art, but I see lots of flipping. Same shit sold year after year. That is true. Steve Mussolino, ahoy, ahoy. I knew on Clink it went underpriced, but that was quite a jump. It was indeed, Chuck. Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm with you. I guess you could say somewhat of underpriced. Not like a whole ton underpriced, I don't think. You know, just because the Aquaman thing, it's really a thing, right? Like, nobody gives a shit. And I'm talking about like Aquaman art from any era, any artist, any era. It has always sold like underperformed, you know? Yeah, so, but that was insane for sure. But like I said, we'll talk to about it when we get it. Well, you're late, Steve. You're late. So we there was a little World Cup action happening earlier. You missed out on. Let me see. Here we go. Peter speaking. He's no English from Peter tonight. All Spanish. Sorry I'm late, says Frank Brockle in the house. I was just telling my friends what a great show this is for younger blood and to subscribe. Thank you, Frank. I appreciate that. And let me see. Compson, Frank, Peter, everybody saying hello. Alberto's probably out celebrating the win. That could be it. You might say that Aquaman has always been underwater. You have said it. You have said it, Philip, and you indeed can say that. Yes, and you'd be right. But this is a Paro Aquaman, one of his best characters. Doesn't matter. There's no way that, yeah. I mean, anybody who's like pro result on that piece, that's the only thing they're going to be able to hang their hat on. So I certainly understand why somebody would say that, Marcus, but it doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, I think people would rather have the Spectre or even Phantom Stranger by Aparo than Aquaman. But I don't know, whatever. Regardless of who the character, like for that character, regardless of the artist. I mean, Neil Adams Superman covers. You could still find some for like 20 grand, 23 grand, you know, or Superboy covers, whatever, like DC Silver Age era, early Bronze Age covers, you know. So Aparo, right, which is not as high and valuable as Adams. 40-something thousand for an Aquaman, like that's insanity. I hope that guy, whoever won it, I hope they keep it for at least I don't know, 20 to 25 years. Otherwise, you know why. You all know why I'm saying that. What's up, Carl? What's good? And and everybody, I'm gonna be on Carl's new show. I will do an episode. For those of you who don't know, Carl started a new show on his personal channel. Carl, put it in the chat. What's the exact name of that channel? Is it just your name? I can't remember. But anyways, he's going to do a weekly feature on Thursdays where he features a collector. He talks to them for 45 minutes to an hour, you know, and, show a few pieces of art from those collectors' collections. And he asked me to do it, so I'm happy to do that. And, I guess my episode will be at some point, I don't know, 2 to 3 weeks from now-ish, something like that. When the time comes, I'll let you guys know. But Carl, you should tell them so they can watch in the meantime, because SCG, Jason Richardson, did an episode recently, which I haven't had time to watch yet. But tell them so that everybody can go watch Jason's episode. And who else? Okay, what's up? I do have one Aparo Aquaman page featuring Mera and Bondage, and it is inked by Sienkiewicz. Yes, I love that Aparo Sienkiewicz era in the 90s. Good stuff, Lee. Aparo Batman for Aparo Teen Titans. You see? I have a nice Butch Guys Aquaman, but still. Oh, now listen. I don't personally have anything against the character or any of these artists that you guys are mentioning. I'm just saying, we all know he just is not a character that has ever had enough popularity for his comics or his artwork to be of much value, or for there to be much demand and interest from collectors in buying the comic book back issues or the comic art, you know? So given that, that's always been the case, and I mean always, that's it, absolutely a shocking result, you know? Let me see. Let me see. House of the Dragon. Isn't that a show that ended? Wasn't that the sequel to the, what was that other one there you guys all watched? With that throne made of swords? House of Thrones? Game of Thrones? Yeah, yeah. Game of Thrones. Wasn't House of Dragon a sequel series to that? And I thought it ended. Then what do I know? I don't watch that stuff. Thank you, CJ. I appreciate it. Everybody, please thumbs up if you don't mind. No need to subscribe. No need to subscribe. Just a quick thumbs up would be cool. Spoiler alert. From who? From who? About what? So yeah. So okay. So thank you, Carl. So Carl's channel called officially Collecting with Carl. So you just type that in, copy, paste, whatever, type that in here on YouTube, and you will see, you will find it, subscribe to it, and so you can follow that show every week. Should be fun. Yes, I wanted to watch Carl's show. There you go. 247 question mark. I don't get that, Michael. I'm gonna do something extra cool, Ruben. Are we? What are you talking about? Don't get carried away about what I said with the music. Don't get carried away. If that's what you're referring to, I don't know. And so that'll be fun. Root beer floats all around. Promote the show. Fried green tomatoes. You should watch it. Definitely check it out as long as I remember, but I'm sure will remind us. Yes, indeed, indeed. I'll since that is a personal collector related thing, not you know, you guys know I the promos I do are you know, things that are done by fellow collectors to simply for the fun of it, you know, and as efforts to try to advance and grow the hobby. But I don't typically do promo, with a few exceptions. It's at, you know, my discretion. I try to stay away from promoting you know, channels and videos that are promoting commercial endeavors, you know, because then everybody wants me to do that. So I don't want to get into that. Since this is not a commercial channel, I've always stayed away from that for the most part. So that's why. But yeah, but I'll if, as long as he has a channel, I will promo that week's episode whenever another one comes on, you know, when it comes on. So based on Ruben's collection of ancient cave paintings from Taiwan. Yes, I can't wait. We're going to get at least 5 views on that one. The Momoa factor. Yeah, I don't know about that. All those Blue Line, Carl. No, House of Dragon, a sequel to... It is. That's what I said. Sequel to Game of Thrones. Or prequel? Yeah. Ruben watched Game of Boners by mistake. Carl Condell, what? Art collector. Ryan Condell is an art collector and looking for pieces. Get a hold of him. Okay. Personal message. Carl's and alliteration. It's what we do. What's up, Carl, by the way? What's up? Hey, Carl, do you want to hang out with me tonight? You're always welcome to. And Carl, don't piss Ruben off. The most random thing happened today. I went to lunch with my business partners and ran into Bill Cox and Jim Halperin at South Beverly Grill. That is quite the random thing there, I guess. What's up, Kenneth? In the midst of Beverly Hills, of all places. Carl being cast will be enraged. The Odyssey haters. Hey, it did well, I heard. Very well. Open the door. So random. Damn Carl. Ha ha ha. Collecting with Carl, not to be confused with the PBS Kids show, Carl the Collector, about a cartoon raccoon that goes around collecting objects and tools in Fuzzy Town. Definitely not to be confused with that for sure. Yeah, yeah. And, well, he should sell it. Get rid of it. Get your $1 to $2 million bucks. There ain't many people who are going to buy it. Take the money and run, baby. And let's see what happens. And Carl, get on the Rubin. Bill always looks confused. Hi, Kenneth. Beverly Hills. Bill says, Calf, he can buy back all of the art he sold investing in. You mean he lost? Mini golf. Bill's Beverly Hills hairstylist is near the grill. Shit. Takes a Beverly Hills hairstylist to come up with that? Wow. Okay, so yeah, since we got to get going, everybody, let us do this. 49 people. Thank you to all of you who are silently watching and not in the chat with everybody. Thank you for dropping by and doing so. If it's your first time, yes, you see what I'm doing. I'm spending an hour talking with everybody. Every show I do, no matter what, whether it's looking at a heritage auction, whether it's doing show and tell with a collector, whether it's an episode called a Comic Art Hangout, they all have one thing in common. I talk with everybody. I bring everybody in the chat room into the show. That's the whole basis of my entire channel. And that's why when you see on my channel that all my shows go very, very long, several hours, that's the primary reason. It's because there's dozens of us talking. It ain't just me. It looks like it's just me because it's just me or one or two other people on screen usually, but if you're a first timer here, now you know. Everybody in the chat, if they're willing to shoot the shit, I amplify their voices. So that's why. Dozens of people speaking about the same topics. That's why any conversation is going to last for hours. All right, so there we go. Indeed, Steve. Why be silent? And you know, exactly. Rubén Odysseus. Hairstylist is Ellie Mae. Ruben, the 40 people. I try, CJ. Servers are maintained by Jethro. Thanks for the invite. Probably not this week. No worries. Thank you for responding, Carl. Okay, so you know what, guys? Let me try this out. Let's see how this goes. Okay, let me check one last time. Make sure I'm still signed in here. Yes, I am. Everything looks pretty good. Oh, here, let me see. Okay, yeah. So you might, like I said, guys, because I'm alone, I can't see your comments while I'm scrolling. You know, on the other screen to show you guys all the lots from the heritage auction. So you might want to sort of keep the comments in check because I'm not going to be looking at them to address them for a while or post them on the screen. Yeah, you know, unless I stop on anything that I think I want to stop for more than just a few moments, you know, a few seconds. So with that being said, yeah, MLB says these people are crazy. There aren't many art shows. Why would they want them to be shorter? Not like there's half a dozen other people on Sunday night. Whatever, but that's just people that they look. Some people are who they are. Yeah, I can't blame them. Like, it's a matter of taste. Some people just care about the art and they just want to look at art as quickly as possible. They don't care about talking about it. Others, like several dozen of us, and then a few hundred others who catch the show on rewind, they do enjoy, you know, catching it and listening to the talk, right? So it is what it is. That's okay. And Granny's White Lightning. So yeah, so as I say, sorry, Ruben, maybe at Ruben if it's a question directed at you so I don't miss it. Well, yeah, obviously, always better to tag me. So at least later when I try to go back and look at all the, you know, all the comments and questions, you know, I can see it more easily, obviously, if you've tagged me properly, right? Yeah. Indeed, yeah. Rick is saying, if you just want to look at art, go to CAF. But but you've been here forever, Rick. So that's why I've always said there's no reason for this to be a short 1 hour type weekly show because of that reason, right? You can look at art 24/7 online anytime, like, you know what I mean? Anytime, literally 24/7. If you don't want to hear people talking about it, do it and you can do it whenever you want at your own convenience. That's the whole point of the channel is it gives a different option. It's for people who do like to talk about it, right? With a lot of other people, so that's it. All right. So let me do this here. Let me get the screen share happening. Let me see, screen share. And here we go. All right. So I see that has worked, even though you guys are not seeing it yet. Philip says that Ruben puts a lot of effort into segmenting his shows, although I won't probably do it for tonight's show because we'll be seeing too many pieces. So yeah, that's just way too much. So if you want to skip the opening show banter, you can do that if you want to. That's very true. Thank you for reminding everybody that. But FYI, on very rare occasions, I don't bother. And tonight will probably be one of those occasions. I will not break it up for the rewind viewers. And that's it. Yeah, exactly, Carl. Exactly. Everybody can look at Carl's comment. And let's see. Okay, so let me bring this in. All right. It looks like it's working for me. Can just one of you just confirm you are seeing? Are you seeing the share screen? Are you seeing the Doctor Strange cover and the Carl Barks duck cover? Just let me know that so I know we're good to go. All right. Nobody else needed. Thank you, Marcus. I appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, thank you to the rest of you. All right. We're good. We're good. Okay. Yep. Sounds good. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. Oh, look at that. Delight is in the house. Not to go on another tangent, but you guys remember early 90s Delight? She was a one-hit wonder. Loved it. That was a great tune. Good to see you, Delight. It's so crazy that you come in tonight, but we since the last time we saw you, we've had so many episodes where we talked about nothing but movies, and you didn't show up to those, and all of a sudden you hear when it's not movie talk night. Great to see you, though, man. Great to see you. So here we go, and thank you, by the way, for confirming. All the way from Australia, everybody. And thank you, David. That's a fellow Aussie for you. Look at that. 2 Aussies in the house on the same evening. I don't know if that's ever happened. That's very nice, though. I love it. And thank you, Carl. Thank you. Thank you to everybody for confirming everything is good. Groove is in the heart. Yes, Groove is in the heart. And I think she may have passed away. Tell me if I'm confusing her with another one-hit wonder girl from around the same era. I think she may have passed away. Lady Miss Keir, I think her name was. I think that's what it was, yeah. But anyways, okay. So let me go. So again, don't even if you feel that I'm going. Oh, thank you, Alex. So Lady Miss Keir is still alive. I think who I may can be confusing with her, is the woman who had that one-hit wonder around the same era. What was it? What was it called again? I don't care about anyone else. Oh yeah, when I think about you, I touch myself. I think it's called "I Touch Myself." Yeah, it's like a lesbian anthem, I suppose, from the early to mid '90s. She may have been. Yes, exactly. The "I Touch Myself" singer. I think she may have passed away. But anyways, you can look it up, Arwen. You can look it up.
them. I don't know what the song is.
Yeah, I Touch Myself. Go look it up. Okay.
I-
The Vinyls, that's right. Not even the Vinyls, Mark. I think it was the Vinyls, as in the Collector. DA Vinyls? Or just DI Divinals? Something like that. But yeah, that's the right one. And did she pass away? Are you confirming? I know that that's the one, that's the musician I'm talking about, but did she pass away? I think she might have passed away. If it wasn't Lady Miss Keir, then I think it was her. Yeah. Divinals. Thank you, Robert. Divinals, as in divine plus vinyl. Yes. Anyways, just let me know if she's passed on. Yeah, Mark, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, so yeah, she died. Yeah, so there you go. Sorry, I confused. Yeah, for whatever reason, you know, female, one-hit wonder, both of them, same era. So that's why. Wow, that was going back to 1990. Wow, that's crazy. 36 years. Man, time flies, everybody. Chrissy Amphlett. There you go. Thank you, Robert. Chrissy Amphlett. Thank you. Yeah, I knew that once upon a time, but yeah, I would not. I'm not surprised I'd forgotten it, you know. She's dead, Jim. And by the way, Peter, he never actually said that in any episode of the original Star Trek series. Yeah, people have gotten that wrong for decades. I think the closest somebody came to saying that was Jim, she's dead, or something like that. Like, but yeah, that classic saying everybody repeats. It was never said quite like that. There you go, Maddie in the house. Hey, Matt. Kersey from the Vinyls died in 2013. Thank you, man. Thank you. Okay, there you go. Okay, so enough of that, everybody. I gotta get on with this so that the silent watchers, who I appreciate as much as you guys in the chat, get what they wanted to come here for. So again, remember, because I'm alone, just for this first page, there's like 4 pages of stuff, or I guess 3 and a partial page, right? I have it on 200 items per page. Let me scroll pretty quickly, make fast comments. Don't say anything unless, you know, maybe like, oh, I don't know, make mention of the piece, and you'd like, and I don't know, make mention that you'd like to talk about it. So maybe I can go back and maybe we could go back to it or something. But for now, let me just go through it quickly and make my own comments. And let's just see how that goes, okay? And then in a few minutes, I'll jump back in into the chat to see what you guys are saying, okay? He's dead, Jim? What's up, Maddie? Okay, so here we go, everybody. I'm going to start scrolling here. I'm going to jump out of the chat, and I'll start scrolling and see what. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. Thank you. Likewise. And okay, I can't be here now. I have got to jump out of this screen into another tab. All right, so just wanted to say quickly, always loved this cover, the Strange Tales cover, and by Dan Atkins, pencils and inks. I think, given what other Doctor Strange art from all other eras and other like big name artists has sold for over the years, I have to think getting a Silver Age Doctor Strange cover that looks like this, beautiful, beautiful pen work. The ink work is so refined and tight. Great looking content. I really think this is pretty affordable. I think there's room for stuff like this to go up way higher. I mean, it's not a panel page from the Silver Age. It's a cover, for crying out loud. So I think 52 grand, 52,500. I think that's nice. Not much to say about this one other than over close to $250,000. That's typical for Carl Barks' paintings. And that one probably went to a European collector. So another Wolverine cover, you guys will remember the cover to, I think, number 7. The one that had Logan and Mr. Fix-It. I refuse to say Wolverine versus the Hulk because that's really not what it was. And that one, when it resold, it went for what, in the high 80s or low 90s, something like that. So we have the second issue, and it didn't break 100. I thought, given how much the first issue was worth, I thought this one could, probably break 100. But hey, listen, $87,500, still a lot of money. So this is a memorable page for me, everybody. The X-Men 140 page, 2/3 splash with Wendigo going after Nightcrawler. Gorgeous artwork. Only want to say that I think at $106,000, some of you might be thinking, wow, breaking six figures for a page that only has Wendigo and one X-Men. And I think you could be forgiven for initially thinking that, but keep in mind that Wendigo is much more popular. I think it's much popular than a lot of fans would think at first, at first thought. Yeah, it's that forever connection he has to Wolverine, with Hulk 181. I think that adds something to it. People love him, and this is, to me, one of Wendigo's best appearances ever. So yeah, that's pretty cool. And then we got that other page for 140 where Guardian goes to visit the Canadian Parliament in Ottawa and visits. We get the guest appearance by Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And for you, those Americans among you and non-Americans alike who are not familiar with Canadian politics, yes, the Trudeau Prime Minister who we had for the last several years, who currently dates Katy Perry, he was the son of a former Prime Minister, and that is this one that you see on the page, Pierre Elliott Trudeau. So that's kind of a fun page, especially for Canadian readers and collectors. And I would say 40 grand tracks. In my opinion, 40 grand tracks. Since it's Guardian, but no X-Men on it, it seems like that's pretty much what it should be worth. Okay, guys, I did that pretty quickly. I'm nowhere near getting to the bottom of the page, obviously, but I want to see how this goes. I want to see how many comments have come in, and I think you are trying to keep it to a minimum, which I appreciate it. Let me see. Yeah, see, now it's tough because I come back and it's like I don't know what you're talking about. That's been on the San Diego Comic-Con wall for years. Yeah, I don't know which one you're talking about, but that's what I say. It's tough. It's tough to do it this way when it's live, right? Let me see. I love Rubén, but Matt makes it even better. You guys have a good chemistry live. I appreciate that, MLB. Thank you. Love the Wendigo page. Man, that's awesome. I agree, Tom. I agree. The Burn Wendigo page went high. You think so, Alex? Yeah, I don't know. Again, it's a classic issue. It's a classic issue. And yeah, I just, you know what it is, Alex? I really, truly believe that the fandom's love of Wendigo as a character, right? His connection to Wolverine and his first appearance, I think it's a lot stronger than the average fan realizes. And so I think that's what happened there. But hey, again, it's cool. Listen, it's a lot of money regardless, right? And yeah, 75 grand would not have been surprising either. I also thought it would go 75, 85, something like that. So I'm with you, but I'm not really all that shocked. The more I thought about it and reminded myself about, the Wolverine attachment to Wendigo, yeah, I thought, okay, I'm not super shocked, So that's a page that if it was to resell in the next 3 years, 2 years, 4 years, whatever, I mean, I could just as easily see it resell at 75K, Alex, as I could see it, again, sell for around the same cost, give or take 10, 15 grand. You know what I mean? Yeah. Make an offer for 159 or more. Indeed. You also think it was high, Tom? What can I tell you? Vindication, Chudo. Yeah, so okay, Alex, we're getting to this one. The Secret Wars #2, Secret Wars 2 #1 cover. It was like the only thing good about the Secret Wars 2 series. And you think pretty high price, though. Let's see if any of you say anything about that. Let me see. Wendigo. When did he last go? Never went. Let's see. Sorry, everybody. Burn Wendigo can't compare to Milgram Wendigo. Exactly. Especially on the cover of Hulk 272. That's killer Wendigo. The best Wendigo of all time. And then the Burn one is like, to me, it's still, it's comparable enough to be the second, Thanks, Mark. With the Heritage Buyer Premium, you're rarely left with room for appreciation on these price points. No, it's not the buyer's premium, because the bidders are factoring in that premium. Okay, it's the seller's premium, right? That's what kills, because I should say, sorry. Yes, you're right in that it's the buyer premium. If you're talking about the resale, then yes. The buyer premium on the resale is what, it makes it so difficult for the resellers to make, their money back, or let alone profits, because they're the one. It's the reseller that loses the buyer's premium, But yeah, Burn Wendigo, Burn. Popular because of the old spiritual Shadrach, Meshach, and Wendigo. I love it. Beastie Boys in the house. Holy shit. I don't know how many people would have remembered or caught that reference there, Philip. I love it. But yeah, so Steve says Secret Wars 2 is pure nostalgia, but not really, Steve. You saying it's in the sweet spot of 50 to 60-year-olds with disposable income. See, that's the thing. It really isn't, if you think of it in terms of the fact that, here, let me actually put my let me enlarge it for you here. Yeah, listen, for me, I can only tell you that people who were in the store at that time absolutely loved the cover. Yes, it was great. But as soon as everybody got back to the store after first going home and reading that comic and looking at the artwork, right? And then they came back the following week and we all talked with one another. I mean, there was nothing good to be said other than how cool the cover art was. And that was it. I mean, Secret Wars 2 was an absolute disaster, and its existence was only there because Marvel knew it was an easy cash grab. And that was it. They made no effort to put quality into it, either story-wise or artistically speaking. Yeah, so that's all I can say. So, Steve, man, I got to disagree with you and say that the era, the era was about Secret Wars 1. The 50 to 60-year-olds, a lot of them have nostalgia for Secret Wars 1. Some of the young guys that were younger, like the ones that were kids, and I don't mean like teenage kids, right? Like I don't know, when did this come out? I was 15, 16. I'm talking about guys that were prepubescent, no older than 12, from the ages of like 12 and younger. They probably loved it. Yeah, because you're at that age, you're not as discerning, right? You haven't really begun to sort of realize the differences between, in the artwork and whatnot. So for them, sure, some of those guys who are maybe like still in their 40s today, they may have some nostalgia for Secret Wars 2, but most people who were at least, let's say, teenagers and older at the time, they knew this was absolute garbage. So this cover, the only good thing about it, and who knows, I do think it's way overpriced, but given that it's the only truly high-level piece of art from the series, I think maybe it deserves you know, a high, super high price. So I don't know. That's kind of my view on it, you know. And Burn Wendigo is my fave. You don't have to say sorry, Tom. Always sell on Comic Link, avoid the buyer's premium. Yes, like Matt says here, you know, Secret Wars 2 was universally loathed. And Marcus, yeah, he knows. Shit, Marcus was like a kid in that younger age range when this came out. He was like probably 11 or so. And even he remembered how everybody hated Secret Wars 2. Steve, you don't remember the story because it was that like awful. So bad. The best thing about Secret Wars 2 is this cover. Indeed, Marcus. That's what I just said. Yeah, exactly. And Mark says that this cover just reminds me how terrible the series was. Rushed art by Al Milgram and loony script and plot by Shooter. Indeed, indeed. Alex says that it was very forgettable. I owned all 9 issues regardless. Well, of course. Well, me too. I mean, I was still a Marvel sucker. And, you know, as a 15-year-old, I mean, I still was excited to see, you know, all the characters together in the same comic at the same time or whatever, you know, but that doesn't mean I'm going to lie to myself and then, you know, tell myself how great it was, let alone tell hundreds of other people 40 years later that it was any good, you know. But yeah, that's the only cover I think most people remember, unless you remember the other ones for how bad they were and ugly they were, you know. Rick, you did yourself a favor only reading the first Secret Wars. This is one of the best covers of both series. I agree, man. I agree. The Beyonder was all about the GQ 80s fashion. He was about the Michael Jackson fashion, really, if you think about it. The Jerry curled hair was like Michael Jackson at the time. The stupid jacket, right, was like Michael Jackson. I think that's what they patterned him after, actually. There you go, Steve. So you were just on that cusp of becoming like a teen or whatever. Yeah. Hasselhoff, Beyonder. Would be the tie-ins off the racks. Yeah, the tie-ins were such a scam though, Tom. The tie-ins always only had anywhere from 1 to 3 pages in the story that tied into the Secret Wars story. And the rest of the story of the tie-in was whatever they had going on in that title at that time, you know. So we got Matt saying that Beyonder 2 was Michael Jackson if Corey Feldman had started his shtick a decade earlier. There you go. Thank you. That's a good one. Chuck says only Bernard from either Secret Wars, right? I think so. I mean, I haven't looked at that stuff in so long, Chuck. So my memory could be off. But I do believe that is the case. In which case, that's why I feel like, you know, I guess I'm okay that somebody would pay $250,000 for that. And hopefully, my hope is that whoever won it, my hope is that for them, they recognize that Secret Wars 2 was shit. And that my hope would also be that they feel, hey, this is my way of getting a Byrne X-Men cover with a bunch of other Marvel guest stars on it at the same time, you know? Yeah, I hope that that's what the winner thinks, you know? That would be nice. But hey, listen, if the winner he was a kid who loved Secret Wars 2, hey, all the more reason to pay up for it, right? But that's it. I can't even think of another covers. Yeah, they're hard to picture, MLB. Yeah, the FF issue is kind of technically, you can, you know, on a technicality, we can count that one, you know. And Web of Spider-Man 1 came out at the same time. A lot going on when Secret Wars 2 hit. That's true. Corporate storytelling, indeed. The light, yes. Wonder how many Secret Wars covers will come out between now and the movie. I'm sure some will come out. Maybe at least 1 or 2 others in the not too distant future, you know. And okay, so let me get back there. Thanks, guys. That was an easier way to do it and not let me fall behind too much. But all right, so let me continue here. I did just want to say, quick comments. 84,000 for this cover. You know, the comic book itself, I remember it's memorable to me. It was a fun comic book because it had all those villains guest starring. We gotta say, not one of like Gene's best. Look at the perspective. They're all supposed to be standing on the same plane, right? The same floor, if you will. But look at Stiltman. He's got his telescopic legs extended as if he's already come up 7 or 8 stories high. Like, what the hell is going on there? So weird. But yeah, whatever. Memorable comic. It's a fun comic. 84 grand. I don't know. I guess that seems okay. This page here, $60,000. Given what other first appearance of Blade art has sold for in the past, it sounds normal to me. So I got nothing to say other than that. Yeah, this was one of the few pieces I took a look at before we went live tonight. I just want to say, guys, this seems like it tracks. To me, it seems, when you really break it up, 27 interior pages, along with a cover. And yes, I'm aware that there's no question on the cover. I'm taking that into account. I broke it up. I did a little bit of quick math in my head. And to me, it seems fair. It seems like it's not too expensive, not cheap, but it seems like it's around the right price that it should have sold for. Well, this is the one that I admitted to have been the winner on. So you guys already know that. And yeah, what is there to say? It's just kind of fun. I wanted you guys to see this. One of the fun things about this piece, for those of you who didn't look carefully, I kind of like on the back how they had quickly tried to figure out, hey, should we make Iron Man hyphenated? Or should it be regular, like with one word perhaps, Iron Man? So that's always kind of fun. But everybody knows about this, so there's not really anything else to say about that. However, because I know somebody probably might say something, let me come and check your comments again real quick. Oh boy, talking about the Beyonder. Let's get rid of the Beyonder talk, everybody. Philip, you have the Daredevil. You won the Daredevil cover. Secret Wars. Yeah, let's get beyond Secret Wars. Stillman is a grower, not a shower. Yes. Blade was retconned into a half vampire. I mean, look, in the movies, he looks nothing like the guy in the comic book. So I really don't understand why anybody ever thought that it was a wise decision to pay up for the comic book art with Blade in it. To me, that's two different characters. Just the only thing that's similar is the name. They share a name in common, you know. So yeah. So Philip, what I remember about it is the Illustrated Story Conference with Stan Lee and Gene Colan, with Stan standing on his desk. Oh, okay. Got you. You can see the Gene Colan page pop up and sneak before calf. Why? Why? Tin Can salute. The V shape helps with the birthing of Iron Man. Oh boy. V for Virjay J. What? Don't own the cover, just the book. Right. Got it, Philip. Comic version was better with the Wonder Man jacket. All right, excellent. Let me continue here. Wanted to say just real quick, I know a lot of you guys don't really care because yes, it's DC, but think about how many things break 100 grand at auction nowadays, right? I look at this and I'm like, you not only get a complete 15-page interior Silver Age story, early Silver Age story at that, 1962, all right? Only 1 year into the Marvel Universe's inception, right? You get a complete 15-page interior story, including a title splash by a legendary artist, Gil Kane, nicely inked back in those days by Joe Giella. And you get that entire thing for $118,000. I mean, I think the DC stuff, it truly, you know, the disparity in values between the Marvel and DC stuff, it's way too wide. Honestly, I'm surprised that a lot of the investor types don't bid up the DC stuff a lot more. But anyways, that's all I wanted to say there. I think that provides great value for the money. I think DC always has. I gotta say, I love this page, everybody. Frank Miller, Klaus Janson from Daredevil 183. This was from the time when the Punisher was a killer supporting character. At least for me, I loved him. And I thought he was like one of the greatest, coolest supporting characters. And my daughter is coming in to show me her Punisher t-shirt. Very nice, thank you. And yeah, I loved Punisher even more. I know that's not a popular opinion, but I loved him when he was just a supporting character. And I did love the miniseries, you know, him being in prison and all that at the beginning. I loved, you know, Mike Zack and all that stuff. It was a good fun time. But I knew that, to me, I knew that popularity would mean that Marvel would definitely launch an ongoing Punisher series, and I didn't want that because, to me, certain characters the reason I feel they're great is because they are supporting characters. So when they make a guest starring appearance, they're great. I feel it's really watering down how good they are as characters once you turn them into their own, you know, you give them their own title. I know a lot of people don't agree with that view, and that's why, you know, the ongoing series became a second ongoing series, and then later a third ongoing series, and then a fourth one. Again, I'm just giving you my opinion. I love them more as a guest star. Anyways, this was a great guest star appearance and fantastic page, and I think it's fantastic. Yeah, to me, given how popular the Punisher is as a character, I think this is cool, even though Daredevil's not on it. I think the price is fine because it's just a fantastic Punisher appearance. And I'm going to jump into the studio because I'm curious to see what any of you may have said about that. So Delight points out that the Green Lantern story is Gil Kane indeed. Marcus points out a dealer will break that Green Lantern story up, probably Berkey. No Kane markers on this one. No, that was only a short period of time in the early 80s, Rick. Classic Kane, indeed, yeah, badass page on the Daredevil. Sweet page, says Tom. Ruben is now on Punisher's target list, says Peter. And Delight is laughing at me. Or with me, depending on how you look at it. But okay, let us keep it rolling here. What else do we have? Oh, guys, okay. I'll make my quick comment here. Ronin, 2 pages for 125 grand. So that's 62,500 a piece. That seems like it tracks. So nothing else to say about that. I want to move on to this piece. Okay, guys, can anybody tell me? You know what? Let me click through on this one. Can anybody tell me? Is this the first ever Mobius page to ever hit the market? Or am I just completely forgetting other ones that have done that? Let me see if I can, let me bring it, make it a little bigger. Because, I don't know, I saw this and I was like, whoa! Not only is it a Mobius page from this 2-issue series, but it's one of my just favorite pages. It was so memorable to me, you know, and I love the 3-panel vertical orientation. This blew my mind to see this earlier before we went live. This is one of the few pieces I ended up seeing had sold this last weekend. So yeah, let me know if there are other pieces that have sold, because I mean, to me, this was awesome to see. And given what other artwork again breaks $100,000, I really think that this is barely broke 100 at 112.5. To me, this seems like a bargain. I think this should definitely be worth more. Not that it's not a lot of money, of course. Of course, you guys know, you know, we all do know that, right? Hey, my buddy Jeff in the house. Hey, Jeff, everybody abandoned me tonight. You want to come and hang with me? You have some time to hang inside the inside the studio with me. No pressure, of course. And let me see what else you guys saying. DC cheaper. I'm a huge DC fan over Marvel. There you go. Mobius Silver Galactus page is a dream. Tom, yes. Jeff says, there have been a number of pages before. Oh, okay. I don't recall the final values. Okay, thanks, man. Either way, it's whatever. I'm sure there hasn't been a ton of them available. And that one is, to me, is so memorable. I love it. I love it. Delight says, Mobius Silver Surfer is so cool. Genre-breaking art, says Rick. Dealers had Mobius Silver Surfer pages before. They came out after he died. Oh, really? Okay. No, there were other Mobius Silver Surfer pages that were at auction. I also know about one that was up on the European site. Okay. Jeff says, what is interesting about the Ronin piece is that from what you showed, it was from issue 5 until now. Only issue 1 pages have been on the market. Really? I didn't know that. That's interesting. Okay. Page sold at last auction. Which? A page of the Mobius Silver Surfer. Well, that was the other auction. This is the second one in a row, Steve, that I didn't end up looking at. I never ended up looking at the last auction either. I don't know. I never saw what sold, you know. Still unpacking, doing things. Oh, no worries, man. No worries. Keep unpacking, my friend. Keep unpacking. All right. Oh, this is going pretty good. Let me keep it rolling here. Let's see what else we had. So this was very, very fun. Although I wish one day we could catch a published cover, but still really, really fun. Wonder Woman from Sensation Comics. Really, really cool. The 10-cent era, late 1940s. That's a lot of fun. And only 62, and I say only, I do mean that, $62,500. When you think about how rare, you know, those of you who have a little familiarity with H.G. Peters' Wonder Woman art, you know, you guys know that almost none of it is ever complete. First of all, most of it is unpublished. Most of it are cut out panels from pages, not complete pages. And here we have a complete cover that should have been used, but for whatever reason was rejected. I think this is a fantastic, just on the basis of it being a fantastic piece of Wonder Woman comics and comic art history. To me, 62 grand is nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's my opinion. But yeah, I don't know. Your favorite piece in the whole auction, you couldn't do it. Which one? Which one? The Mobius? Jeff, which one? Okay, let me move on. And okay, so is this the one you guys were talking about before? Is this the one that somebody said Ron Friends has claimed somewhere on social media that he actually drew all of this one? Is this the one, everybody? Here, let me click through on it so I can leave some of the art showing. And I hate that. Don't you guys hate when this bottom thing covers half your screen? Why does it do that? So annoying. Anyways, Palpatine, Vader fighting with Skywalker. Yeah, let me jump back in and see if this is what you guys were talking about. Okay, Peter says yes, and Marcus confirms as well as Tom. Yeah, like a calf drop-down menu. Yeah, I don't like that. Especially popping up from the bottom. So annoying, man. And covering half your page. Family Feud. No Solo. Again, not sure what you mean by that. But okay, so on social media, Ron Friends claims that he drew this. Well, listen, if he would remember, but I wonder if he had made any additions to that comment. Like, I would wonder if he ghosted several pages. You know, did he ghost the whole issue or just one page to help out, you know, Williamson? I gotta say, I don't recall Ron having a personal relationship with Williamson. I do know that Brett Blevins and Mike Manley had a good, close relationship with him. I don't remember Ron. That doesn't mean he didn't. So yeah. So I don't know. So I'm fine believing him. If he says he remembers drawing it, yeah, I believe it, you know. And Alex says it's the highest price page for a Ron Friends. Yeah, well, didn't he Spidey with the black costume? I don't know, some 252 page maybe. I don't know. Not that it matters, since nobody paid 200 and how much was it? Let me check it out again. Let me go. $275,000. So yeah, I mean nobody paid 275,000 because it's Ron Friends or because it's even Al Williamson. They paid 275,000. Well, who the hell knows why they paid that much for it? Because that's way crazy, way too much money in my view. But you know, listen, if a lot of those pages start selling, you know, in the 200,000 range, 150, 200, 250, you know, we need a few more sell in that range, then okay, I'm willing to say I guess that's what they're worth. For now, I just feel, wow, way too much money for this stuff. But look, they're not paying for the artist name. They're just paying for a classic moment in Star Wars comic book history. That's what it's all about, you know. Oh, no Solo, no Han Solo, no Harrison Ford. That's what you mean, Jeff. Yeah. Well, that helps too. That's why it went for so much more, closer to 275,000. It's because no Han, you know, no Han and no Harrison Ford. That's it, you know. Yevgeny, what's happening, pal? Good to see you. Lucas Museum worthy. Yes, indeed. Maybe he bought it, right? Who knows? Who knows? Definitely, like I said, Rick, key moment. That's what they're paying for. It's the key moment. There's no real money being paid. I mean, look, 20 to 30,000 is the value of this kind of art, you know, sold in the past by Williamson. So everything else is about the key moment in my mind. Oh, thank you, Mark. So Mark is for everybody watching. For those of you wondering, by the way, the first timers especially, why I read out a lot of the comments out loud when you can already see them for yourselves. It's because some people on Rewind, they only listen to my show as they work the next day, and they don't watch it. They just listen. So I want them to have context of what I'm responding to. So Mark says that Friends claimed that he ghosted 8 to 10 pages from this issue. He could have been asked by editorial to work on the book if Williamson was behind on the art. Okay. Hey, again, thank you, Mark, for that. And I believe him. It's fine. And like I said, even if that news got around and if the hobby was willing to accept it, I can tell. I want to send a message out to the winner and the underbidders. Basically anybody willing to pay more than 50K. You paid for the content of the page, and yes, it's beautiful, but the beautiful art only will give you so much value. Beyond that value, you know, you're looking at it's all about the content, and it's the classic important scene in the movie. And that's it. That's what the majority of the value is. The majority of value is not having anything to do with the artist who drew it. So that's it. Shaggy says, feel the power of the dark side of the force and pay 275,000. And almost 294 with the tax. Well, it depends where they live. They could be in a state with no tax. You never know. Williamson or not, that page is one of the peak moments. Well, that's my point. It's all about the moment, not the artists, you know. Survey says 275. Indeed. So yeah, so I don't know whoever it was. I think it was Philip who had said, or somebody said, "Oh, I hope we're going to talk. Are we going to talk about the Ron Friends, the one that he claims he drew?" We talked about it, and like I said, I don't think there should be any reason to deny. I think it's very, very plausible that he's correct on that. So, and again, it doesn't matter. The important thing is it doesn't matter who drew it. Sure, it's cooler to know you've got a name like Al Williamson. He's legendary and known for Star Wars work, and legendary. His whole career is legendary. But it doesn't really matter. People are wanting the important moment here. The art or the name on the art. Well, sometimes it's both. Sometimes it's one. Sometimes it's the other. Sometimes it's all of the above. Steve. All right, let's keep it rolling. Oh yeah, so this one, a phenomenal Barry Windsor Smith page from the Weapon X story. Only 3 panels, all of them. You got that beautiful classic horizontal widescreen layout on every one of the 3 panels, and each successive panel getting slightly larger and closing in. The camera's closing in a little bit more each time. Yeah, to me that's beautiful. I see $68,000 here. I might be out to lunch, but to me that seems cheap. I could swear that other panel pages, forget the splashes, I would swear that there have been panel pages that sold for more than this in the past. Either way, to me that's a fantastic, fantastic Weapon X page. And again, I'm surprised this didn't. I'm surprised this wasn't one of the pages that broke 100K. So yeah, I don't know what you guys think. Mark, going back to Star Wars, we'll know if the buyer is dissatisfied with the Star Wars piece if it's put up for auction again soon. Indeed. Claws out should be 6 figures. Oh yeah, that's what I feel. The Weapon X page, Rick thinks it seems a little low and that it's a good deal. Yeah, I think so. Not like Carl's splash, but still seems low, says Shaggy. Marcus says, Carl got his. He didn't need to bid anymore. Yeah, there's plenty of people that do want to bid, though, on that stuff, Yeah, I don't know. To me, it seems pretty low. Seems like a good bargain for the buyer. But okay, let me go. So, Philip, I don't know. Philip, I haven't seen you comment for a while, so I don't know if you're still around, but I'm about to hit all the Schomburg pieces, so please let us know if you're in the crowd, and if you are, let us know which Schomburg piece you want us to look at. Because honestly, I don't really have anything to say about these, other than I think they're all, I don't know. I think they're all worth too much being recreations. Yeah, recreations of Golden Age covers. Most people in the hobby are Silver Age to present fans, not as much Golden Age. So here's a couple of others. I'll just show them real briefly. This one reminds me of like an Overstreet price guide cover. Didn't he do one that looked like this? And so many in one auction. How not very smart. I mean, listen, they still brought a lot of money, so I guess it didn't really matter. But damn, it's wow. Why would you put so many? And I think they put so many, it started hurting the values, Let's go back for a second here. And let me jump quickly. Okay, so Philip's not here. Oh well, it's a shame. Alex says these Schomburg covers could have gone higher if they were separated. Yeah, exactly. I mean, let's take a look real quick. So in order, they start off at 57,500, then immediately down to 35, then up slightly from there to 40. Okay, that's like, is the first one does everybody think that the original, like, so Captain America Comics 28 is this really so legendary that they like it better than this or this? I don't know. To me, I'd rather have those at that price. And then 35,000 again. But then this one jumps. Mind you, it's a recreation of a first issue. So that's always going to get a premium, even though it's a recreation. 75 grand. Way too much money for my taste, but whatever. But then they drop. I mean, to me, this is one of the best ones, if not the best one. Super exciting and dynamic. The colors are really lovely. They're not too garish and bright and in your face. A lot of separation and depth. I mean, yeah, I think this is probably my favorite. And it's one of the cheapest. It's tied for the cheapest one at 35K so far. And then 37.5, 38. One more that shoots up to 68,000. So many, man. Wow. And then they dropped to 40 and then up a bit to 57.5. Wow, so many. Then they start dropping to 37.5, even on a bondage cover. And then 35 grand. Wow. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13 Schomburg recreations. Wow. 13 of the same basic thing. Holy shit. That's not only in the same auction, but like, because they have to be listed by, artist, alphabetical order. Like, you can't even break them up. Like, just one after another. 13 different ones. To me, that's out of control. But, oh, well, yeah, you came a little too late there, Philip. So I'll take your comments, but I'm not going to go back and tackle them again. The consignor wanted them all at once, says Marcus. Well, I don't know that's true, but it's very possible, for sure. I always think, why so many? But then you see next auction, they just have so much inventory coming in. Exactly, they do. Although, they don't have that much inventory in this given auction. I don't know if you guys noticed, but there was only 600 and change pieces in this auction, whereas for the last several years, they constantly have in the low 800 range, like 825 or more. So this was actually a lot lower. It's about 150 to 200 fewer pieces than most auctions in the last few years. I'll select one. Cover is nice. Yeah, look, they're all nice looking. Again, they're all nice looking. It's just, again, they're recreations. I don't know. It just seems like a lot of money for Golden Age recreations. Yeah. Are you, Marcus? He says they were all platinum. Are you saying they put them all in the platinum portion of the auction? Wow. If that's true, that's surprising. So many Schomburgs. This'll kill you. I'm indifferent to recreation, says Delight. Yeah, I'm kind of like, yeah, whatever. I mean, sometimes they're fun to see, but generally speaking, I'm also indifferent, like yourself, Delight. I would want them separated if I was the seller, but must need the money now, or the estate, someone died and they want to settle it. Yeah, you never know, right? You never know what the reasonings are. Right. Joe said he wanted them all sold at the same time. Really? Okay. Summer, they say it's best time to sell, so some sellers must believe this. I always thought the summer is the best time. I've always felt that. I think the people thought they would get a from catalog treatment. Yeah, but if they would have to consign other things other than just 13 Schomburg pieces, right? You know what? Philip says, wait till we get to the Schuster cover recreations. I'm going to go through those really quickly because I'm aware of them. I don't really care much for them. I definitely think those are way too expensive for what they are. But yeah, let's continue here, everybody. Look at these beautiful pieces. Wow, Reed Crandall, this will kill you. Gorgeous EC pieces. Jack Davis, two title pages, really nice. Oh, this one I love. Crime Suspense Stories number 24 cover. And it was done by one of the most amazing aerial combat artists of all time, maybe the best one, George Evans. I mean, this one, hold on, let me click through on this one just because I think this one deserves to get a better look, just so you guys see the fine lines here. I mean, this is like modern day, really beautiful rendering. It's got like some touches of Wrightson-ish, you know, like it's even got some rendering, tight rendering, that reminding me of some modern day artists. But yeah, really, really cool. Look at that. So cool, man. Beautiful, beautiful. Nice dry brush work with the brush here. Just gorgeous, gorgeous work, man. Not used to seeing this type of, horror stuff by George Evans. I'm not used to that. But just fantastic. Beautiful, beautiful piece. Maybe my favorite EC piece in a very long time. And it's so funny because I see this and I'm like, $68,000. Okay. Then I go and I see this Al Feldstein Haunt of Fear cover with a zombie matador and a zombie bull. And I'm like, that's a lot more silly and goofballish than scary. And so because of that, I would price this down. I would not value it higher. But look, Feldstein has a certain market value. I'm not sure what his values are. I don't follow it closely enough to know. But to me, just based on two EC covers, this one for 68,000 or this one for 106, I'll take this every day of the week for $68,000. Wow. Yeah, that's how I see that. I'm going to jump back in. Never heard of the artist. What? Feathery Inks. Yes, sir. Look at those eyes. Wonderful cover indeed. Oh dear, Philip. It's really good, says Delight. Wortham, Dr. Wortham disapproves. Yes, indeed. As the keepers bulleted. Feldstein was in the middle of The Sun Also Rises. What do you mean he was in the middle of it? He's mentioned in the novel? I don't know. Let me keep going. Oh, yeah. Then there's a Haunt of Fear cover. This was kind of fun, looking down at a tight down angle through the window. I really like that one. That one went for 106,000. And I know people like the horror covers, but I still think this one is cooler as far as a horror cover goes. But then again, I know the people want, even with the artwork being horrific, collectors also want the title to be horrific. So it's like they would rather the cover have been done for one of the horror titles as opposed to a crime and suspense title, So yes, the cover mask makes a difference. Believe it or not, to those of you who are newer in the hobby are not aware. Williamson. Okay, here we go with the Schuster stuff. Okay, to me, like I said, guys, to me, all this stuff is way, way overvalued. To me, all this stuff shouldn't be worth more than $3,000 to $5,000. It's also very easy to fake this stuff. There's been a lot of fakes out there. And I mean, look at an Action Comics #1 recreation, $137,500. Okay, here's the Superman 1 for $81,000. I mean, look, Schuster has done this exact pose, exactly like this, oftentimes without the color. And frankly, I think it looks better without the color. He's done it a million times, and they typically tend to sell for $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. Why did it go for $55,000? A pen and ink full figure piece. That's interesting. It's a little bit more rare. $30,000. So yeah, so I don't know what the rest of you. Yeah, I know you're talking about Hemingway's novel. I know that. I'm asking you, do they mention him in The Sun Also Rises? What do you mean by he was in the middle of the novel? That's what I'm asking you, Peter. And it's a keeper indeed. That was called Death in the Afternoon. Thank you, Delight. Crime Suspense Stories was the best horror pre-code cover this auction. What's up, Corey? Good to see you. Used to only collect no-head pre-code comics. Really? That's funny, man. Rick says, inflated. Not as cool as Bob Kane pieces. Oh, boy. Alberto, you missed the best part of the show in the first hour on a couple of occasions. This inspired the Liefeld cap. Yes, yes, indeed. Let's to show everybody what he means. Here we go. This inspired the Liefeld cap drawing, the infamous one. Dear, dear Lord. Let me see. Neil Adams, a page with only one Avenger and not one of the top Avengers. Vision and someone who I've always loved as a villain, which is the Super Skrull. But yeah, man, I think I know it's a Kree Skrull War page, but wow, I think 32 grand for a page with only one Avenger and the Skrull, Super Skrull. No, it seems compared to the past, it seems pretty healthy. Let me see. This is a Spidey 160 splash. Beautiful splash page. To me, 14 grand seems really cheap for a mid-70s amazing Spider-Man first page title and credits splash with a full figure in a great cool pose, swinging pose of Spider-Man. To me, this is really cheap. I don't know what you guys think here. Feel free to let me know what you think, though, of course. Chuck says, maybe done by the same guy who did the Bob Kane pieces. Right. Let me see. A bunch of hellos. Never surprised by any sales, but I don't see the value of spending this much on recreation, says MLB. A bullfight on the cover. Right. Your reference to the bullfight. Well, it's all about Spain, right? And the running of the bulls is made famous by the novel. There we go, Alberto. It's, you know, I have intended to eventually go back and read Hemingway. I haven't yet, though. So let's see. I found almost 150 pre-code no heads before I stopped. You're talking about the comics, though. I thought you meant artwork. Still cool, though. Not Reddit. Oh, not Reddit. It's also was enough for me. Oh, okay. Roly-poly. Number 14 got too expensive, so I quit. The Neil Adams Avengers page consignor promoted it a lot on Facebook. Did he really? Okay. I hope he's happy with it. I don't know. I don't know what you guys think, but like I said, I feel, you know, I feel it's healthy. Yeah, I think he did fine. I think he did well. Death in the Afternoon was nonfiction, and I think that made Hemingway easier to read. Interesting. Maybe I shouldn't read Hemingway. Cheap Spidey, ghosted by Williamson. What? What are you talking about? I don't know what that... Are you making a reference to the Ron Friends thing? Let me keep it going, though. Let me see. What else do we have here? Here it is, everybody. Okay, let me just quickly get this out of the way. $68,000 for a half splash panel page by Ross Andrew of the Superman versus the Amazing Spider-Man tabloid. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. These 70s tabloids got popular in the last several years. And rather than, you know, mid to high four figures, the pages began to sell for well into the five figures, tens of thousands. So there you go. I guess 68,000 seems like the right price. Before I hit the Aquaman, let me see if anybody said anything about that. Let me see. Nope. Okay. All right. So everybody, this will be featured in a future episode of Insanity Wins, because the consignor of this piece, might as well, he deserves to get clicked through since he made a ton of money. Here we go. So, Aquaman, number 57 by Jim Aparo. And, lovely art. It's got his most famous sort of villain, I guess you can say. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to talk up Aquaman covers, to the hobby. Most people don't care. Most of the time, this would sell for maybe $12K, right? And that's probably what it should have sold for. But as you guys saw, it sold for $42,500. Yep, and we will discuss it again further, as I say, on Insanity Wins. Congratulations to the seller of this. Because yeah. That's just an outrageously crazy price to get for that. Wow. Very impressive, I must say. Very impressive. Let me see. DC rules. Yeah, indeed. People pay up for tentacles, apparently. Paro is so hot. All right, so let's see what else. Let me skip stuff. I mean, there's so much. It's so easy to stop on everything because there's so much great stuff, Oh, I don't want to ruin the surprise, but this will be on a future episode of one of my shows. Defenders number 3 splash. It's so crazy how much people pay for the first like 15 issues of Defenders art. Yet the first page title and credit splash of the 3rd issue, only the 3rd issue, it barely breaks 20 grand. That was so weird to me. To me, that seems so cheap. I thought that was going to go for like, I don't know, 40, 45 grand or something. I don't know. Burn, the faded Burn piece with partially fading inks. Yeah, Frankenstein and the Thing's ugly costume. So that shouldn't go for too much. And it didn't at around 12K. Marvel Premiere Burn page, nothing special. Minor character, first Ant-Man. Well, new Ant-Man, whatever. Scott Lang Ant-Man. This one we will talk about in a future episode, so I'm not going to say anything. Let me see what else. Anything that sort of stood out. This was a pretty fun cover. I mean, mid-1970s. I mean, the character front and center in a classic martial arts pose. Really large figure. And they mention Fu Manchu. To me, that's surprisingly low. I mean, haven't other Master of Kung Fu covers sold for more than that? I don't know. Like, for such great cover content, to me that seemed way underpriced, but whatever. I'm going to jump back in quick. Let's see. Tom agrees with me. Of course, you agree with me on the Defenders. Early pages tend to go crazy pretty much, And let's go. Philip says, my Thor title splash entitled For Whom the Bells Troll. Your what? I'm not sure what you're saying there. Awesome cover. Cockrum goodness, right? What did you think, though, Alex? What did you think about the Cockrum Master of Kung Fu in terms of the price? Does that seem fair, or or is it kind of cheap looking? I don't know. Marcus says that everyone who wanted a Shang-Chi cover got it when the first movie came out. Well, I mean, a lot of people went after them at that time, though, but I don't know, that doesn't mean that nobody wants them now. But yeah, I mean, look, all things considered, he's a pretty minor character, low on the totem pole of importance to Marvel Comics. And again, I will repeat what I've said in the past. Just because you've been in a movie or a television series does not suddenly make you more important as a comic book character. I'll go to the grave saying that. I mean, to me, Master of Kung Fu, they should all be $3,000 to $5,000 covers. I honestly believe that. I just don't think it's important enough to be worth any more. But whatever, I understand the market speaks, and if the market figures they're worth 15 grand or more, or 12 grand or whatever, then so be it, you know. So Yevgeny's asking, do collectors go deep diving on some art to see where it lands historically, or is it there other factors that determine value? There's always a lot of factors that determine value, Yevgeny. But some of them deep dive in terms of doing research to see what other examples have sold for, so that they can base their buying price, their bidding price, on those previous examples, you know. The price was just right on that Kung Fu cover, says Alex. Maybe 20K max. Fair enough, okay. Buying for during the movie hype, stop the insanity, right? The Gulacy ones go for more. Well, they absolutely should go for more. There's only 4 of them, and they're the coolest ones, man. Yeah. We're in an age where you can't ignore movie hype. Well, you can ignore it as a fan, right? Like I tend to ignore it. But I know what you mean, right? That you know it's going to play a part in the prices that collectors pay for the collectibles associated with it. You know, you're welcome, Yevgeny. So yeah, I do get that, Marcus, obviously, you know. But yeah, I think people should be wiser, you know. But whatever, it is what it is, and we just deal with it, right? Cockrum, Miss Marvel cover, I don't know, that seems, with a tiny Miss Marvel, that seems fair enough to me. 16 grand. The first issue cover, anybody have any thoughts on this? Of Deathlock #1, the early 90s series by Dennis Cowan. Yeah, I mean, early 90s, 1991. You know, first issue. I don't know. I think it wasn't a very popular series. So I personally wouldn't have expected it to go for, you know, tens of thousands necessarily, but somewhere 25,000 or below, I would, is what I kind of would have expected. Just not sure where it would have landed. So I can't say I'm surprised by the 18th. I couldn't really opine on whether I feel it's a lot or a little or fair. I don't really know, but it seems to me that that's not surprising, you know. Marcus telling me that 15K is still a multiple of my 3 grand estimates. Yeah, I know it is, and I'm not saying that they should go for that. I just feel personally, based on the character's level of popularity and importance, or lack of importance, to the overall Marvel universe as a comic book character, right? As a Marvel superhero, I do honestly feel like 3 to 5K for those covers is more than enough. But that doesn't mean I believe they're only going to sell for that much. You know, I understand how the market works, Marcus, you know. I'm just saying I personally feel they should go, you know, for more than that much, you know. That's all. I expect to be unboxed live during Christmas. You think? I don't think so. I'm going to say no on that one. For what it is, it's right. Okay, Tom agrees with the 18,000. I have a Cow and Deathlog page from the miniseries, so I was following that sale, says Philip. Right up Caesar's alley. For sure it is. I'm just not sure if he would be willing to go for something in that kind of price range. You know, just to get the #1 cover, you know? I'm not sure. Maybe. But I feel like I would bet against it, you know? Okay, so let me keep going. As Delight and Peter continue their private conversation. And so what else do we have here? I'll skip. Skip. Ninja Turtles. Is that like an old cover? It doesn't look familiar to me. But anyways, Steve Epting, Captain America #12. I would say it's actually fun to see these covers selling for, in this case, $37,500. Why do I say that? Because yes, even though this run is still considered by a lot of us as being, you know, modern, contemporary, right? So not vintage, if you will. I believe this is the best Captain America run. Well, okay. The first 2 trades were. So the first year's worth, I definitely, just based on the first year's worth of the title, I think just a fantastic story. I think probably my favorite Cap story of all time. A lot of people figure and believe that the Brewbreaker run is the best Cap run of all time. Of course, it's a generational thing, I know. But given how popular it was when it came out and how high the popularity has remained over the last almost 20 years, and given that a lot of people agree that it's the best Captain America run of all time, I absolutely think that the covers to this run should easily be selling for tens of thousands of dollars like this. But let me jump back in and see if any of you agree or disagree with that. I'll go backwards a bit. First, Alex asking, did the Deathlock cover go high? Not in that game, but maybe it being a #1. I don't know. Like I said, Alex, I think it probably is just the fair price for an early, you know, an early #1, first issue, early 90s Marvel cover. I think it's fine, you know. No, I was only joking. The whole point of these shows, Delight, is that people are free to have their own side conversations. You're all good. You're all good. I just wanted to call it out because I thought it was fun that you and Peter were having that conversation. It's fun. Trust me. I mean it. Keep it going. Keep it going. No. Don't ditto me, Peter. Trust me. Keep it going. It's okay. Keep it going. I was just having some fun with you guys. Don't worry. You know, people have side conversations all the time, every week. You may have noticed, but maybe not. But yeah, it happens all the time. So don't worry about it. You should do that. You know, that's how people get to know each other and become friends and stuff. And which is fun. That's a big part of the fun for me, knowing that people ended up becoming friends because they had conversations in the chat and stuff, you know. Yeah, keep it going. No, you don't have to be the final thing. Continue conversations, guys and gal. Wednesday seems to usually have Omaha. Love Epting's run on Cap. David Barr, yes sir. And we need more Pop-Tart art. Maybe Sunday have them. Okay, #1, Sirius is overrated. Let's see. Side chatting is allowed. Ruben knows though. I know what. I don't know. I don't remember what. I don't know what you and MLB are talking about, Corey. 2 Wednesday. I don't know what you're talking about. But anyways, no opinions on my opinion. So I'm going to keep it going. A lot of art still. My God, I'm not even, guys. I'm not even. This is fun, but I'm not even halfway down the first page of artwork here. So we may indeed soon have to start. I may have to start calling out for requests, and we'll do searches on certain pieces. You know. Michael Golden Punisher cover. Yeah, I mean, isn't this the kind of thing that Albert would have sold or asked for $50,000 on? Marcus, you would know better than me, or the rest of you who check out Albert's site more often. To me, this seems like it went for cheap. Although I guess the background is all faded ink. But hey, as long as the main characters, appears to be all pretty nice. I don't know. For Michael Golden Punisher, it seems like there have been other covers that have sold for much more. I don't know. Let me jump in and see if any of you can confirm that or not. Go faster and skip stuff. Exactly. I'm going to have to skip a lot of shit. See you later, Philip. Have a fun rest of the show, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Philip. Have a good one. Yes. Okay. Thanks, Marcus. I'm right. Yeah. That's what I thought. Wow, man. Punisher by Golden. Yeah, I'm sure he sold some for close to 50, if not 50 grand. Yeah, that's pretty wild. But okay. Let me jump in. Look at that Warlord, Mike Growl. A later cover though. 87.50. Did any of you guys buy this? Rick or Sean? Either of you guys pick this up? Or maybe Caesar? Yeah. I don't know. The price for today's market seems okay to me. I mean, I'm not a fan of his costume though. I feel like I'm just not a fan of the costume. Oh, I didn't know this guy finally sold this cover. This guy was on Facebook constantly trying to get people, like basically showing off. It's the only piece of art he owned. This Butch Geist Mr. Miracle Superman cover. And for years he kept trying to show it off on Facebook, like trying to make it seem like, he's just wanting to share it with everybody, but you could tell by the way he spoke that he was hoping people would make him offers, So that's fun. It's funny because I think somebody had offered him, I think 7,500 at one point. I think once you remove the 25%, what is it, 7K? If it's so it's a little bit more than 7K, I guess. He gets maybe 75 or 7,300 or something. Really cool cover though, yeah. Really cool, tied up in this contraption, Superman and Mr. Miracle together. Good to see that. Very cool. Okay, skip. I'm gonna skip a lot of this shit. Nice Gil Kane covers. This is a lovely cover. Love this one. But I think this one has been on the market before, hasn't it? 27,500. I don't know. To me, that's a beautiful cover. To me, compared to some others that have sold for 50 and above, man, this one's a nice cover. Beautiful art on this one, but it's Cap just sitting there showing us his crotch. So it makes sense that it was in the 28K range. Yeah, I don't know. I think to me, this one, even though, Cap is, to me, much more valuable. Cap and Red Skull, it should be much more valuable in terms of character importance than Submariner and Sunfire. But yeah, I wouldn't want to own this one, but I wouldn't mind owning that one. That's nice. A really fun Conan cover, the under the leg shot with skulls and bones. That's really cool. For $19,000, seems pretty affordable to me. It's a Gil Kane though, not a John Buscema. But I think that's all right. CJ agrees, loves the Gil subby. And the Marvel double feature was already sold last year. Okay. For more, for less. Man. And Corey, I thought, Corey, you said you left. Corey says, I don't like to brag too much, but I am extremely happy with 2 covers I picked up in the last 3 months. Well, good for you. Congrats. Something is killing the children, 48 and 50. Yeah, very cool. Rick says he loves that Conan cover. That's cool. Yeah, but it's nice. It's a really cool one. And Alex says that it's sold. It's sold for more. The cap cover, reprint title sold for more. He thinks. I'm gonna have to get on that. MLB, do me a favor and look it up if you can. See if you. I don't remember. I don't know if you remember giving me that as an example. But okay, let me jump back and let's get through some more here. Some not so great looking. Well, ink wise, the ink, yeah, not even drawn, not the greatest looking FF pages, but they have Doom on them. They seem to sell for what they're supposed to sell for, though. Here we go, a nice Senate inked page. That's really cool. 68 grand. That's a little more like it. Nicer. A really beautiful dark side page right here. 4-panel page by Kirby. Wow. Even Vinnie Coletta couldn't destroy this. That's a fantastic looking page. Really excellent page featuring Darkseid and Desaad, man. That's gorgeous. That's gorgeous. Nice and healthy. I remember when these pages used to sell for $400. Like most of those titles, you know, early 2000s, most of those early to mid 2000s, most of the DC, the Kirby DC titles, $400 for years. They sold for $400, $400 steadily. Wow. 17,500. It's beautiful though. Let's see. Nice Server Surfer Kirby page here from the graphic novel. Oh, wow. An absolute Batman cover that only went for 4 figures instead of 5 or 6. Wow. What else? Oh, another one. First Poison Ivy. First Absolute Poison Ivy. How much? 12.5. Well, it makes sense because it's a first appearance, but again, given what so many others have sold for, I'm surprised it didn't go for 25 or 50,000. Wow. Yeah, this one I'm not going to talk about because it'll make an appearance on future show. What else do we got? Qbert, GI Combat. It's mainly a tank page though, so only 11K on that. Nice Sergeant Rock cover for under 10K with the hero rescuing the girl. That's really cool. Kind of surprised it didn't go for more, like closer to 12K, but what have you, whatever, right? Eric Larson page of Amazing Spider-Man with Electro. It's mainly an Electro page though, so 11K. A really great Eric Larson title splash to Amazing Spider-Man 340. How much? 22,500. Compared to the McFarlane stuff, that seems very cheap. And given the pose, the giant image, the fact that it's a first page splash, title splash, that seems like a bargain. 22,500. I don't know. What you guys have any opinions on that? Let me come and check you out and see if you got anything to say. So Alex says that a lot of collectors were defending these Kirby pages. Defending them in what sense, Alex? The quality of the artwork or what they sold for? Yeah. Vinny and the Jets. Yeah. Let me see. What's the cap cover? We'll look it up. Oh, yeah, too late. Doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Qbert Rock cover still seem undervalued. You feel that way, Rick? Given how many there are, I don't know. I think 12 grand average. I think that's more than enough because they are plentiful, you know. Hey, thank you, Alex. Thank you. Weird Qbert cover. Yeah, Warren Sci-Fi. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, Rick. Exactly, because he did so many. Yeah, I think so, you know. Hey, Sean's back. No, I did not bid on anything in the auction, Sean. Corey loved the tank page. Let me see. Okay. All right, so I'm going to keep it going since nobody cares about this. An X-Men page by Jim Lee from 273. There's a babe there. Otherwise, not a great content page. 14 grand. I don't know. Does that seem normal? Seems like it's certainly at least what it should have gone for. A Wolverine featured X-Men 275 page with a half naked but in shadow. I guess that's Psylocke. 47,500. I think that's probably around where it should have gone for. And then a Jubilee featured page. Of course, not one of the best X-Men by any means. 15 grand. That seems all normal to me, I guess. Let me keep it going. Jim Lee recreation, 35 grand. I don't know. Seems fine to me. But I really don't like Wolverine's head here. The entire head, the helmet, the way he drew the head, I don't know. It doesn't look nice to me. Yeah, this seems about right. The Detective Comics Jim Lee piece, the number 1000 cover. Guys, did anybody notice this? What do you guys have to say about this? Does anybody have anything to say about this? So Marvel UK, the Captain Britain number 1 cover art by Larry Lieber. It frankly has nothing to do with the artist. It doesn't really matter who drew it. Yeah, to me, given the status of where Captain Britain ranks in the pantheon of Marvel Universe characters, to me, this should have been, I don't know, $10,000 to $15,000 at most. I don't even I don't even know what to say, guys. Hopefully you guys have some feedback on this. $118,000. $118,000. And please, God, please don't tell me that it's because people see him as, oh yeah, but it's the guy who ended up leading Excalibur. Because even if that's the case, who gives a shit? Like, the costume's completely different. And I'm saying that as a guy who loved this particular Captain Britain costume. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Please let me jump into the studio and see what you guys say about that, because I don't know what else to say. I'm so speechless when I just saw that. Wow. Let's see. MLB, if it's usable for one of my shows, please email it to me. If you don't mind. So the Jim Lee Batman anniversary cover is nice, but the Fabok version was better and it was priced far less. That's what I say. That's what I say, Alex. Recreation for $35K. Hey, that's the Lee market, man. Got it anyways. Was talking to the no worries. It's about the price. That's what I was thinking, Marcus. That Jim Lee, that's what he right around where he charges for commissions. So yeah. The number 1 bump, CJ. You mean on the Captain Britain? I mean, first appearance, fine, but like it's not the first appearance of like Spider-Man. It's not even the first appearance of, I mean, he may not even be a top 100 level Marvel character in terms of importance, except unless the bidders. It's like I said, the only thing I can think of is people, if they associate him with, oh, well, that's the guy from Excalibur. Even Excalibur, yes, it sold well, but everything sold well back in the late 80s. And that was still the least important, X title. Yeah, so I don't know. Let's see. Mark says, feels like a future Stop the Insanity candidate. I mean, I think so, Mark. I don't know. I guess we'll see. British Pride. Yeah, the Brits. There's not many Brit collectors. Brits usually don't spend a lot of money on comic art. So maybe King Charles bought it. Betsy Braddock Captain's sister, first appearance. Sorry, is she on the cover though? Is she one of those people in the armor? The one at the bottom? What the hell? Who cares? She's not there. I mean, you don't see any Betsy Braddock. So it can't be a Betsy Braddock issue. It doesn't resemble Steranko, though. It resembles Kirby Delight. Or, if you want, early Steranko when he imitated Kirby. You know? What would Ruben feel the cover to Captain Canuck would be worth? Very, very little. But a few thousand anyways, just because some Canadian would probably like to own it, you know? Tea stains on the logo. Let me see. Captain Britain is a big deal. No, he's not. Corey says maybe bottom 100. Maybe. You know, it's hard to, unless we actually took the time to kind of name out all the characters. It's hard to say, right? He's big in England, right? Would have gone higher in the secondary market if England had won the World Cup. Shit, maybe that's why it went high. Because they thought England was still alive and about to win the World Cup. Maybe he's worth 118K. Well, maybe hopefully to the owner, Tom. Hopefully to the owner. Yes, Peter. Yes. Tell that to Melchior. Yeah. I mean, he's an exception to the rule, my friend. Not in the issue. That's my point, Tom. If you're not, you know, you could be in the issue, but if the cover, again, yeah, you're not on the cover, so that doesn't add any value. You know, the next big CL has a big insanity IMO. Emailed it to me with that Captain America. Nice. Looks like early Barry Smith. Well, it looks like early anybody imitating Kirby, right? The Stan Lee connection helped it. Wow. Betsy overshadowed Brian. Bend it like Britain. Anyways, nobody really has opinions on what that should be actually worth. So whatever, that's cool. Let us keep it rolling. Oh, this is the second time this has hit auction. It's a European piece. Yeah, promotional poster. I think in Europe. I'm pretty sure it was Europe, not the United States, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Very simple, but very cool. 21 grand seems fair to me. Nothing else to say there. Let's see. Oh, another amazing Spider-Man splash in the 80s. 26K with a very, very tiny Spidey. I mean, I guess it's worth it, but given it's basically a splash of a couple of 18-wheelers or one 18-wheeler, I don't know. Why would you want to have that? I mean, unless you love Spidey in this era, I guess that's fine. But wow. So what else could I jump ahead? Sandman 14 cover. What did they pay? 40 grand. I don't know if that's fair or not. Hellboy, 30 grand for a Hellboy. It's a nice Hellboy image. Let me see. More Miller Daredevil. Not a great content page. What else do we have we can talk about? Okay, not great content. Not great content. Oh! Our favorite, Peach Momoko covers. Wow, look at that, everybody. Deadpool Batman, #1. Wow, $22,000 for that. The Elektra image is really cute. I like that. A Dustin Nguyen Absolute Batman second print cover. 20K. All right. Oh, here's the Monsters Unleashed cover. Painted the super early Wendigo appearance. Yeah, given how early of an appearance it is. And it's came out right after the first Wolverine appearance. 35K. Why not? I mean, I wouldn't pay it, but sure, why not? It's a fun cover by Earl Norem for sure. This one's been on the market before, Savage Sword of Conan 58, but I'll have to check my files to see what it sold for. And oh, look at that, He-Man. Not a He-Man fan, but hey, I guess he's getting his due at $17,500 for a He-Man piece of painted illustration. Wow. What else do we have? So this is classic New Teen Titans Number 4, the Justice League appearance issue, the first page. Splash. That's fun. How much? 17,500. That seems pretty reasonable for the fact that it's a new Teen Titans and it's a Justice League. But of course, the Titans aren't on it. That's what kind of sucks. You're just getting, Justice League splash. This is fun. This seems, I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on the price. 37,500 seems, I don't know. Given that this is these 5 issues were some of the best art that George drew on the new Teen Titans, I think you can make the argument that it's actually cheap. But I know that a lot of people don't like, colored covers. They'd rather have pen and ink. That has something to do with how the value is affected, I think, to the downside, I believe. I don't know. Also, some people would rather not have them looking like they're possessed, right? But it's beautiful. I love it. Yeah, so I don't know. And I certainly don't think it's overpriced. If anything, I could make an argument that it should be worth more. But let me jump in and see if any of you have said anything about that and agree or disagree. Let's see. Great cover. The McKean. Look at that. Peach, I gave her her due, Marcus. I gave her her due. I gave her some attention. Look at that. A Matt Kennedy favorite. More like a Marcus favorite. Get to the cues already. Marcus excited for Quintana. Never been a fan of the Perez Titans cover. That's a shame. Garish. Yeah, I don't like that. That's what I mean. I don't like those colors myself, but I still think it's pretty affordable. And yeah, Sean, I know what you meant, the cover. Evil Titans. Yeah, for all those issues I mentioned, the evil aspect, the color. David, I did not. I love that Perez cover. It really stood out back in the day. Yeah, on the printed versions, they definitely look better. I think they look better in print, though, than they do in person. Yeah, that's exactly it, Chuck. That's the best stuff. It's the nicest stuff. They absolutely should have included a lot more of that stuff, not the other stuff. But whatever. Okay, let me see. I'm going to do a lot of skipping. Look at that, Marcus, just for you. What do you have to say about this? The Terminator variant cover. Nikki B published this. $32,500 for just a headshot, a painted headshot of I guess that's the Terminator. What do we have to say about that, man? What do we have to say about that? You wanted to see more Perez ink by Perez pages. Yeah, but there's not many. Sweet. The highest priced Dynamite cover ever. Is it really? All right. Keep it going. How about this one? How much? 11,000, 12,000. This one's beautiful. I mean, it's boring in terms of it just has, an upper torso, completely sideways shot. But the rendering is beautiful. Yeah. I like that. And I like the fact that it's like monochromatic, basically, Andrew Robinson, 10K. Who cares? This one's been on the markets. This one has had so many owners, guys. The Amazing Spider-Man 81 cover by John Romita. It has. I know it's unpublished, but wow. Yeah, it's a good way to get something somewhat affordable from the early Bronze Age Amazing Spider-Man era, I suppose. And what else? Namor the Submariner, first new costume design illustration. Man, if that's the costume design, that's pretty cool. 8,400. I think that's pretty fair. And let me see. Human Torch Marvel Team Up cover. 23 grand. That's what these things should sell for, I think. I think this one's been on the market a few times, hasn't it? Marvel Team Up 77 with Spidey and Miss Marvel. Seems like the price is right. Some Alex Ross stuff. This stuff seems affordable. Of course, it's Captain Marvel, not Superman. Universe X Cap #1. This seems, I don't know, given that it's not his usual style, seems like a lot of money. And given that it's not, it's whatever, it's not the real Captain America. Game Informer #301, whatever that means. How much is this? $62,500. Now we're talking Alex Ross prices. And Marvel #5, not a very pretty content on the cover. Below 10 grand makes sense. 16K for this one. There's almost no Hulk on it, so seems like it might even go lower. Fantastic Four content quality super low. Makes sense that it's only 7,500. And for me personally, not a fun cover design. Pretty silly, in fact. So makes sense that again went for only 4 figures. All right, what else is there here? This is really cool. Probably worth it. Look at Steve Rude Nexus poster, the #1 poster illustration. Look how good his anatomy was in 1981. Like, literally just broke into comics. And this guy was already way, way ahead of his time. Way, way better at that stage of his career than pretty much any other comic book artist at the same point in their careers. Incredible. 37,500. Well worth it, I think. I've never been a Peanuts, like a big Peanuts fan. I only watch the cartoon specials. I mean, I used to read the newspaper strip, but I didn't really care for it. I never thought it was anything funny. $100,000, given how plentiful these things are, it's out of control to me. But yeah, not the first time that a Peanut strip has sold for a lot of money. But yeah, I don't think any of these dailies should be even worth $10,000. That's how I still feel. But whatever, it is what it is. 57 for a Sunday. That's interesting. It really makes this daily makes the Sunday seem dirt cheap. Let me see. Let me skip through these. I would certainly never bid on this kind of stuff at any price because they're way too easy to forge. Here we go. Yeah, way too easy to forge. Here's the Schuster stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's cool, whatever, but I wouldn't pay that kind of money for it. Look at this, Sienkiewicz. Only 8 of these covers, if I remember correctly, only 8. It was an 8-issue miniseries. So yeah, classic stuff. So I think 100 grand. I think it deserves it. I think it deserves it. And let me pop in here, see what you guys have been saying. Sean says, awesome. Terminator eating a peach. Peter, you like the Robinson JSA cover? You mean the Hawkman cover? Let's see. Mark says, wasn't the owner of that Katana creature piece trying to sell it for a lot more? I have no idea. Disco Subby. Let me see. Al's in the house. What's happening, Al? Hey, just wanted to hang out as long as I can, but most importantly, say hi to my fellow comic and comic art collecting brethren. Good to see you, man. Thanks for dropping in a little bit. And I know I owe you a response to a message. Sorry, I'm delayed. I will get back to you, though. I will get back to you. Oh, okay. So that was a video game magazine. I kind of thought it was something like that, you know. More hellos to Lee. Yeah, Sean, the Nexus poster is killer. Let me see. Thigh Boots. Indeed, yeah, he was a bit of a slut at Nexus early on in his career. Mark says, terrific early Rude Nexus. Yeah, indeed. Delight also loves Steve Rude art. Yes, and why you use everybody should. It's brilliant. One of the most brilliant comic book artists of the last 40, 50 years, for sure. Better than most, even. Rude is so accomplished in all mediums, says CJ. Yep. Sorry guys, which one are you talking about? The full cast, a lot of characters. Which character? What cover are we talking about? Tiff in the house. Ruben, are you going to reveal to us what you won? I will. I won nothing because I bid on nothing. The Schultz estate still buying? Apparently so. Those peanuts prices are ridiculous. Maybe the wildfire in California destroyed peanuts art. Is why there are more. I don't know about that. That's just purely speculation. Great news for those who own 80s Sienkiewicz paintings. Indeed, indeed. Hey man, I'm looking at least $500,000 for yours. Transformers #1, baby. At least. And honestly, given that it's a worldwide phenomena and involves fans of the property that don't know anything about comic books, let alone comic art, and only were into it for the animated series and the toys, honestly, you got a chance for that thing to be worth, seven figures or more. So let's see. But you're going to go to your grave with it, I know, Marcus. So it doesn't really matter what it's really worth. So let's see. A bunch of Schuster Superman pencils last Wednesday. Okay, don't care about that stuff. A Bitch and Electra cover, indeed. Let's see. Matt's back. One of the greatest Valentine's Day artworks of all time, indeed. The Assassin cover is one of the more memorable ones. Yes, sir. Yes, for sure. All right. Let me jump back in, guys. I got to go jump to the other page so I can keep scrolling for you. Oh, yeah. Some more modern day from the last 20 years or so, 25 years, Sienkiewicz stuff. Yeah, I remember when you could get these from Mitch for like $1,800. Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to show this one, everybody. What did you all think about now a Silvestri X-Men cover breaking $100,000? Silvestri, is this the first non-Paul Smith, non-Byrne X-Men cover to break 100, or has there already been like a Silvestri that has broken 100? Let me see. I mean, it's memorable. I certainly remember it very well. The thing is content quality is very low to me. I mean, you have okay, look, I know that a lot of it probably had to do with everybody's love for Rogue and the fact that she's in one of those she's posing. I mean, he very clearly used photo reference from a model doing a photo shoot with a come hither, bent backwards look on a couch or whatever. But it takes me out of the scene, right? Because why would she be all hot and horny on a cover where a gigantic master mold is about to smash her to death? Other than that, it's really just a master mold cover. And is that Betsy in his hand? Whether it is or not, she's still not some hugely, she's not a top X-Men character. And that's a hideous costume she was wearing. I mean, let's face it. In terms of the content quality, it's closer to the lower side than the higher side. But yeah, I mean, I know that, they don't come up often. That the rarity has a lot to do with it, I guess. But what do you all feel? Let me know. I'm curious to see what you think about 112,500 on this one. I'm going to jump back in to see you guys, and we'll see what you have to say. That's why they leave Mitch, right? Well, that was a long time ago, though. I mean, everything was still a lot cheaper when he left Mitch. The Rogue in repose, right? And more will probably hit the market after this one. Sexy cover. I think a lot of the comic book art is way overpriced. Well, a lot of people would echo that sentiment. Delight. Legs akimbo. Look at that. Evans in the house. What's up, Evans? I love Silvestri, but maybe the price is due because this followed up a Liefeld cover. No. Nobody's going to pay up for that. No way. Silvestri fans. A lot of Silvestri fans out there for sure. And I have to think it's a Silvestri X-Men cover with like Rogue posing sexy. Even though, again, it's weird that she's posing sexy. But yeah, I have to think that's it because I don't know what other value there is there. Master Mold, yeah, it got the Master Mold boost. That would have been good for about $500. She wants to be smashed. Nice, Marcus. Not iconic. Well, no, I wouldn't say it's iconic. It's memorable. What I mean by when I say it was memorable is I remember it very well at the time. But no, it's not an iconic cover. No way. Like I said, it's closer to the content quality, much closer to the lower end. It's lower, closer to lower end than higher end. Rogue is the bait, right? Shake our heads over the prices these days. Well, for many, many years already, actually, Delight. Master Mold is an A-tier villain. In your dreams, maybe, yeah. I didn't love Silvestri in that era, but when he came back for Morrison's new X-Men, he delivered some of the best X-Men art, is what Matt thinks. Well, he had finally developed his style, right? A lot more. What up, buddy? What up? And Jeff is back saying, I would love to see Rubén be the auctioneer and give his opinion about art as it came up. I would do all of you a favor and, we'd go back to the old days of like much more affordable artwork. Come on, Jeff, you know that. Let's see. Silvestri's Brood Wolverine. How much would that go for now? $500,000? Yeah, who knows? I don't know. But a lot more than this one did for sure, 48 hours continuous. Let's see. Hi, Jeff. All right. Everyone hit the thumbs up. Make Rubén happy. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Did we hit 50? Are we close to 40 at least, for crying out loud? No one would consign with Rubén trashing their Momoko art. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me continue here. It's funny, I got to tell you guys, I find it really odd that you guys commented a lot, but you didn't really comment on what you think about the price on that Silvestri. I'm not getting any feedback, really. That's so bizarre. Okay, okay, you want me to trash something? Let me trash this. I mean, Jim Starlin, Strange Tales 179. First appearance, Pip the Troll. Wow. Okay, let me first try to talk it up. Yeah, man, Jim Starlin, awesome. Awesome 70s Jim Starlin Warlock art. Okay, I don't know what else to say. Now, on the downside, not a very attractive page design with 8 panels and a grid of 6 equal ones with 2 larger ones underneath that. Listen, I don't know. It looks like it's around what it's supposed to be worth. I don't know. Are pages like this typically worth more like 17, 18,000? I don't know. But Pip the fucking Troll, really? Number 1,749 on the list of most important characters at Marvel, everybody. Pip the Troll. Oh, yeah. I don't know. If 30,000 is what a Starlin Warlock page of this quality typically goes for, I would say, yeah, no problem with this. Good price. But if you tell me that that's way high compared to most pages and that, the premium was actually paid for Pip the Troll, well, I've already said what I got to say about that. Thank you, Tom. Over 40, 44. Oh, okay, great. Good. I'll probably get 2 or 3 or 4 from the rewind guys, and hopefully we get we should be able to hit 50, which is nice. Hey, 2 of those are yours, Maddie. Thank you. Delight, you think it's overpriced? What a surprise. Awesome piece, says Marcus. Psychedelic LSD trip. Mark says, Harry Styles Pip the Troll boost. Tiff says, first appearance art, super hot. Nothing is overpriced, says MLB. Something is worth what someone's willing to pay. Sean says, Ruben giving up the give up the auctioneering job. You're more suited for eulogies. Hey, at least I'm suited for the truth. Experimental and underground inspired. Pippin ain't easy. It wasn't worth 100 grand, 15 at the most. What? Ruben the Pip hater. It's hard out there for a Pip. Overpriced in terms of what a piece like that normally goes for in comparables. Yeah, that's a better, well said comment, Peter. I'd rather have the cover to Troll Lords #1. Me too, Rick. Don't see much Pip the Troll art come to market. You came this far, you won't want to miss having this on your wall. Oh boy. Styles is Firefox, Pip not cast yet. Troll Lords #1 was so hard to find back in the day. It certainly was. And that's right, Marcus. Styles played Star Fox. Just imagine what the Gladys Knight first appearance will cost. Yes, holy crap. Midnight train to Georgia, baby. Woo! Okay. Still on that first auction page. I don't know, man. I should just get to the end of the first page and then call it a night. There's no way we're going to get to any more doing it this way all on my own. But let me see if I can find any more interesting stuff. Hey, look, a Red Sonja cover from the original series by Frank Thorne. 25 grand. It's a nice full-bodied image of her. That seems fair enough to me. Alex Toth, Adventure Comics, one of those Black Canary pages that has been selling over the last little while. Not that interesting looking of a page, I got to say, though. Kind of, yeah, boring. What else do we got? Oh, John Pottlebin, Miracle Man 15, the classic issue. How much? $27,500. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's good to see stuff from that. Oh, look at that Iron Man splash from the mid-70s bronze era. Iron Man 82, and it's a title credit splash. And it's one of the issues with Iron Man having a nose. So that should devalue it. Unless you're speculating on the fact that Spider-Man armor nose pages are much rarer. And so they should be worth more. I don't know. 8 grand. I hope the winner's happy. It seems, I don't know, seems fair enough for what it is. All right, so here's some of the crazy G.I. Joe stuff. Oh, only one piece of G.I. Joe. Herb Trimpe, a page from #1. A not very exciting page with McLeod Inks, $47,500. Yeah, it's good money, man. But it's like Transformers, worldwide reaches on the popularity and interest of the intellectual property. So $47,500 is not shocking to me. Oh, this page again. Oh, we've had this page. Not only have we seen this page many times, I've already featured it, maybe even twice, on my Insanity and Insanity related shows. Oh man. AMLB, do me a favor and just, because I'm gonna forget. I can't. Since the auction's over, I can't track it. Can you maybe send me the link to this? Email me the link to this. I gotta check it out. I'll be able to show it again. Yeah, Avengers 48 Black Knight page. What else? Oh yeah, MLB gave me this one. We'll see this one in a future episode, so I'm not going to talk about it. So G.I. Joe #73 cover. A couple of Joes, 3 Joes. Wow. #73. Long after the Super G.I. Joe hype, kind of like, where it was no longer outselling the X-Men for a few years like it did, right? 73, I mean, I know it went to 155, but I most people have still always considered in the 70s kind of later G.I. Joe. And man, it still gets $13,000. Wow. That's pretty cool. Maki Poo, is this the one that you got? Is this the one you won? Or this one by Lee Weeks. Now that's affordable. And I prefer Lee Weeks art. Not interested though, like in the fact that it's a non-background cover. I hate that. No backgrounds at all, just 4 characters. But yeah, I'm not surprised. $8,000 seems fair. I hope one of these is yours, Maki. And congratulations on winning. What else do we have here? Comics. Oh, MC Pete from the Weapon X, but not a great one. Still 55. Holy crap. Holy shit. This one went for 55K. Sorry, guys. What did the other one sell for? The one that I showed off at the beginning of the show and tell? 68, I think. 65 or something like that. I cannot believe that this thing, that the other one sold for only what? 15 to 13,000 or 10 to 15,000 dollars more than this. That other one is 3 times, should be worth 3 times as much as this one easily. Wow. Wow. Holy crap. What is going on with people, man? Yeah, Rickster 68. Come on, you won't. You're only going to bid 13,000 more for that than for this one? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wolverine was there. What do you mean? Go check. You can go check it out. Go check out on Rewind, Evans. There was a killer 3-panel page of Weapon X fighting. It only sold for 68, and I had said it seemed cheap to me. And it's, yeah, it kills this one. Like I said, it's aesthetically, it's yeah, content wise, it's like 3 times the page this one is. Wow. Holy smokes. Okay. What else do we got? Barry Smith Deathblow cover. Well, I guess if you want cheaper more affordable Barry Smith, you get to get a cover for 11 grand. What else? Oh, look at this. Wally Wood with a nice airplane in outer space, I think. $8,000. EC. Oh, the Jorge Zafino Punisher Kingdom Gone graphic novel cover. 15 grand. I don't know what anybody thought about this. But seems fair enough to me. You know, Zafino never actually had a strong following because he didn't really do a lot of mainstream Marvel stuff. He's an artist for sure, though, you know. He did beautiful organic inking that I always really enjoyed, but not the fan favorite type of style that, you know, people expect to pay up for. So yeah, 15 seems reasonable to me. A Secret Wars page for 17,500. I guess that seems reasonable. I don't really remember what other panel pages have sold for. It's got a lot of characters though, so I guess it seems reasonable. Reasonable, or if not, maybe even a bit too affordable. I don't know. And then you got these Al Williamson Star Wars dailies, 18,000. And then what? 22,000, all over the place. I did have these 2 that I wanted to compare, guys. They're side by side, right? So this one here, hold on, let me jump in to get your guys' comments a bit first, so I don't fall behind too much. Sweet Miso Thorny. Feels like someone sold all those totes Black Canary pages and kept the good ones. That's what it feels like to me too, Mark. Ian, come on. You've been here long enough to know you shouldn't be surprised to come back at 3 minutes past 8 o'clock and expect to still see us here. That shouldn't be surprising. Controversial issue. What was the controversial issue? Damn it. Peter says, yes, it sets a new comparable, but some comparables are bid so far up in a bidding war that they are way over the norm and don't have their values even if they hold for 5 years. Right. Good time to mention, I'm looking for art from Iron Man 96. There you go, everybody. Load them up. Let's see what else. Mark says that G.I. Joe page will be featured on a future Stop the Insanity. You think so? Maybe, maybe. Let me see. Let's see. What else? Guy was on CAF offering this forever. Sorry, I don't know which one you're talking about. One of the worst written comics of the era, Secret Wars 2. Why are you guys suddenly talking about that, though? MLB, Ruben, and Matt's wingman for Insanity and Go for Gold. He knows that. That's why he loves Matt and me together. I still have the comic run high mint in Mylars. Oh, boy. The Mylars are worth more than the comics. Russians? What? The writing actually got better as the numbering increased, though. Oh, boy. OMG. Okay, so here we go. No, wait, what? Rewinding. Yes, yes. Catch it all on rewind later, though, not while we're here live. Zaffino was so good. Yes, sir. And I always liked the Zaffino cover, even if it did have the Punisher on it. Not a fan of Punisher, says Mark. Secret Wars hype. More Ford. Yeah, Harrison. Painting the town red. Williamson strips ghosted by friends. What? Please don't tell me he claims to have ghosted the strips. There's no way. Miracle Man 15. Oh. Let's see what else. The sitting around the table pages are a bit boring to me, even by A-list artists. Well, yeah, sure. Content quality wise, it means the price goes down. Let's see. Yeah, Peter. I mean, MLB is really helpful to me in the last. Given that the past two heritage auctions, I didn't have time to look at the stuff. So he's been very helpful in sending me some of the insanity related pieces. Yeah, so I appreciate that. And like I always say, everybody plays their own small part in trying to make the hobby a little bit better. And would love to have MLB live at some point, but in the meantime, he's helping me out for the Insanity shows just by sending me stuff that I otherwise hadn't seen because I didn't take time to look at the auction. So I appreciate it. Everybody plays their own little role, right? Yeah, the first issue cover by Byrne, Sean. We talked about it already. Already covered. Yep. Have you commented on the Canadian wildfires hurting your U.S. allies? We have not. We did not cover that. That's excellent. Okay. All right. So I'm almost to the end of this page, but I wanted to show you guys. So look at this, right? So you had this example, which what we call, it's a one panel example. All right, meaning that all the value really is in that one middle panel. Okay, you got 3 out of the main characters, and it's beautifully inked, right, with the brush. Very lovely, right? But it's still a one panel example, and it sold for $22,500. Okay, now let's look here. Right after that, we have a somewhat coveted 2-panel example. With the strip art, collectors love it when they can get fewer panels just simply because it's rare that they usually find examples with 1 or 2 panels. So that's kind of cool. But also, it is a 1-panel strip, right? In that all the value is in the first panel. But this first panel has, okay, admittedly, not the same beautiful brushwork because it's not a close-up, but it has the 4 main characters, not just 3. It's got the 4 main characters in full figure, all in the first panel. Okay, so this one's got 3 out of the main 4, only basically headshot. Sorry, it's got 4, but it's got 4, yes, but Leia is hidden in the back, right? But okay, fair enough. It's got all 4. Let's call it all 4, but headshots, right? Headshots, beautiful inks. This one, full figures, not as beautiful inking, but it's full figures, all four. $8,750? Come on, guys. Who would pay $22,500 for this? Tell me the truth now. Who would rather pay $22,500 for this instead of $87.50 for this one? All right, and I'm going to jump back in, and I'm going to see what you guys are saying about that. Hopefully, there's some good feedback. Williamson panel in panel 3. What? Hell are you talking about? Yes, yes, yes. 4 characters. Yes, tiny figures. I know, but they're full figures. First strip has space and vehicles. I know. On the first panel, it's got the close up of the one vehicle. I get all that. I mean, artistically, right? The brushwork is certainly nicer. I'm just saying, to me, 22.5 versus 87.50. To me, the quality of the two dailies are far closer to each other than that disparity in price. And that's what Rick's saying here, right? I agree, right? One panel versus the one panel. I mean, I love close-ups, so that's for my reasoning. But damn, they should be way closer. 22.5 versus 18. Something like that, or else the other one's 87. If it's only 87.50, the other one maybe 12 or 15. Something like that. That's wild to me. Marcus says the second one is on some planet that looks like any other strip. Middle panel also has spacecraft controls. The Star Destroyer. I wouldn't buy either, but they both suck, says Tiff. Alberto saying, obviously, the bidders on those pieces would buy those. Blotchy, Amphibian, and Alien in panel 3 is Telltale Williamson. Right, but nobody's going to pay for Star Wars strips, Jeff, because of Williamson. They buy the Williamson Star Wars strips because they're beautiful, but mainly because it's beautiful Star Wars art, They're not gonna pay up for, because they think, oh yeah, but Williamson did those beautiful amphibians and those other EC strips or whatever. That's not what they're thinking. They're paying up for the Star Wars matter. It's like those sci-fi TV shows when they want to save money and put the crew on some planet backlot of the studio. Harrison Ford sold that first strip, close up Han. I guess so. I guess that's got to be what it is. But yeah, they're all over the map here. Here got a close up of Han and beautiful Al Williamson planetary stuff in the second panel, only $6,000. Here we got beautiful first and last panels. Okay, middle panel, but just a silhouette basically. But yeah, I mean, if you like the planets, outer space, and the spacecraft, this is pretty great for $8,000. All right, so I reached the bottom, everybody. Clearly at 8:20 Pacific, 11:20 Eastern. I'm definitely not going to be going to show you page 2, 3, and 4. So, and because I'm the only guy here, and I've had to talk with you guys nonstop. My chest is killing me. My voice, my back and my neck is killing. My whole body's killing. I don't mind staying a little longer, but it's kind of hard for me now. Whew. Yeah, my throat's killing. Let me get a little bit of a swig here. Not that it really helps, but. Of my room temperature water now. As a Star Wars fan, says Jeff, I only bid on the ones with that character. Luke is everywhere. The middle panel is an older code, but it checks out. Done a great job carrying the show tonight. Thank you, Sean. Thank you. It's not easy, I'm telling you. I'm in pain now. Take care, Rubén DaCollector. Call it. Go blue. Mark says, take a 10-minute break and then come back for the next 4 hours. I know you're joking, and I'm glad you're joking, because no. Do part 2 next week. I don't know if anybody really cares enough for us to do back-to-back weeks of heritage auctions, you know? But you see, Tiff is giving the advice that he himself should be taking, but doesn't. It's always easy to tell people that they should join me, but not do it themselves, right? Jeff says, nice recap. Glad to be back in the chat with these fine folks. Glad to see you back in the chat again, Jeff. Good to see you, man. Tom says, I need a nice mixed drink for these shows. All right. No, I just need a second body who can speak to give my throat and back and neck a rest. I'll throw it out. That's okay. Sean's telling us he would do it if he had a laptop available at the moment. No worries, man. No worries. I will say though, if any of you, I'll just do a quick call out. If any of you has, if you have any examples that you kind of wanted to talk about, this is your chance. Let me know. I'll do a search for it. We'll bring it up. And yeah. So MLB, what does that mean? I would join, but it would require me paying more for internet and buying a computer. What? You don't have a computer? Okay, I know. Obviously I didn't have time to respond to your email earlier because you sent it, right before I started my show. So obviously, and I know you talked about your situation with your technology, which I read it quickly, so I got to reread it to see what the hell you were talking about. So yeah, we'll talk after privately. Let me see. Glenn Fabry, Rock Machine CD booklet illustration is the only thing you bid on. What the hell is Rock Machine? We've got a biker gang here in Montreal called the Rock Machine. I'm pretty sure he didn't do a painting about that though. Let me see. Only electronic is a budget throttled $25 phone. What? You literally don't have a computer? The only electronics you have are your phone? I mean, I kind of got that impression from your email, but I thought, okay, I read it so quickly. I was like, I must have read wrongly. Oh my God. Yeah, I really have to read that later. We'll talk later anyways. But that's wild. Wow. Hey, my good friend, Comic Art Boston, just dropping in to register a like. No worries. Thank you, Cab. I appreciate it. Good to see you again. We're probably wrapping this up in a few minutes anyway, so it's no problem. Yeah, good Lord. I got to find out that's the thing, Tom. We got to find out the reasoning for that. Okay, so the Fabry cover painting was a CD cover. Got you. Okay. French all-female rock band interior album art. Okay, interesting. Ruben, are you buckling to the CGC board? Say it ain't so. Where's Stanley? What does that mean, Frank? I don't know what that means. Are you buckling to the CGC board? I have no idea what that even means, man. Are you watching this? Are you? I think you may have. You haven't commented in a while. I think your feed may have slowed down and you're way behind. Because I mentioned the CGC board. I remember that wasn't that 2 hours ago. You may be buried behind. You might want to refresh your browser and find out. Stanley. Oh, where's Stanley? So Stanley seems to have gotten pissed off at me from my show a couple of weeks ago when you guys wouldn't shut the fuck up, constantly posting snick in the chat. trying to be a shit disturbers, right? And I mentioned that wasn't a good alternative because everybody hates those guys, right? The point being that they're so hated, most people will not transfer, their collections. Nobody's going to take the time and effort to transfer their collections just for that reason alone. But also, right, last week I mentioned it's also because human laziness is such that most people will not, be willing to spend the time and effort to put their collections on a second site. Whatever. So anyways, to answer your question, Stanley got pissed. If you go back a couple of weeks ago to that episode, he left me a comment saying, oh, so disappointed that you don't encourage competition. He didn't understand. It wasn't about not encouraging competition. I was just telling, you guys who kept trying to promote the name of that other website, I'm just telling you straight out the reason, one of the two main reasons why that's not going to be a viable alternative. That's all. So that's it. And he got pissed because he thought I don't like competition. I'm all about competition. It's the wrong competition, sadly. That's all. I don't have allegiances to anybody, peeps. I don't have allegiances to anybody. And you know what? Here, I think I'm good with this. There we go. I'm here. Yeah, I don't have allegiances to anybody. If you should, if you've watched for any amount of time this channel, you should know. I do what I do, and my only allegiance is to people who are honest and good human beings. Okay, that's where my allegiance goes to. As far as this hobby goes, I don't believe in this idea that I need to be allied with whoever owns this site or whoever owns that website. I don't believe in that nonsense. Okay? If one site goes out of business, one day we wake up, it's out of business, I'm not going to cry. I don't give a shit. Guess why? Because somebody will come out and replace it with something. That's all I care about. Right? So yeah, whatever. That's all it is, and that's why I'm assuming that's why you haven't seen Frank. That's why you haven't seen what's his face in the last since then. I guess that was his last appearance, right? Yeah. So let me see what else. How many Quintana comics do you want signed? I'm okay. I appreciate that, Marcus. I don't want any Quintana comics at all, signed or unsigned. But thank you for asking. Great painter, though. Again, I always tell the truth about everything. I'm not going to trash the guy just because he's being, used, in order, by people to make a lot of money or whatever. I'm not going to trash the guy as an artist because I actually think he's an absolutely fabulous painter. Yeah, but trying to manipulation of the market aspect of it all, right? So that he makes more money and all that, and and all the hangers-on make more money off his back. I'm not all about that, so I'm not a fan of that. So whatever, but I'm not going to say anything bad. I'm not going to shoot anything. I'm not going to shoot down anything related to the artist himself because he's actually a fabulous painter. Yeah, really, really good. Do you want the Ulan exclusive? Look, I thought you guys were joking, but if there's an Ulan exclusive, Marcus, sure. If you want to pick one up for me, I would love to have that. If somebody's actually printing that up, that would be awesome. Under 4 hours so far, yeah. Every now and then we do shows like that, Frank. He means buckling by making the show shorter since they complained about the line. Oh, I see. Right. Thanks, Mike. Thanks. Where you been, Mike? So quiet tonight. Oh boy. Stanley not showing up. He hates Rubén. He hates Rubén. Well, no, he does have Yeah, Stanley does have, there's precedence for Stanley. I remember a couple of years ago, he disappeared for like a year and a half, and then he came back. But every now and then he will miss a few episodes. So yeah. So who knows? But you know, once somebody gets offended by something that I may have said or you know whatever, and they suddenly don't show up anymore for a few weeks consecutive, yeah, I think it's very reasonable to assume that that's the reason they're not showing up because they took offense, they took something personally or whatever. Um, you know, and again, oh well, see ya. If somebody with a different opinion than yours, if it doesn't align with yours about this hobby, is enough to make you go away, then I don't want you fucking here anyways. I don't. Who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? So whatever. Let's see if he's honest enough to admit if he ever comes back. Let's see. You guys call him out. I'll call him out. Let's see if he'll admit why he disappeared. See if he admits it, or if it was just coincidence that he left after that episode. Whatever. Like I said, I don't give a shit, man. We all shoot the shit at the same time. You know, guys, I always respect you, and I just keep it real. I tell it like it is. And if I feel something about a certain way about somebody or something, I tell you what I feel. You don't have to agree with it. Tell me how you feel. That's good. I want to hear your honest opinions and views that you have in your head. You know. So Sean asks, did anyone else extend their CAF subscription to avoid the increase? That's something we didn't talk about. We could maybe touch base a little bit on. I forgot about that. So I don't know. Stanley F, I think he calls himself on CAF. Stanley Space F, I think, Tom. I don't know. But yeah, you guys may have noticed after that episode where I made the point that, like, yeah, well, a lot of us, you know, made the point, even some of you guys in the chat were like, yeah, that's really weird that they, you know, that they would have 10 days earlier announced the price increase on the live show and not bothered to email everybody about it on the same day. Remember that? And when we talked about that, literally on that Sunday night, I think it was 2 days later, on the Tuesday after my show where we talked about it, boom, everybody got sent that email. Coincidence? I don't think so. I guess it could be. It could have been in the works, but why would it take you 2 weeks to draw up that email? I think they probably rushed it out after they heard everybody talking about it here, and you know, whatever. Whether that happened or not doesn't really matter. Happy to finally get the email. That's important. And speaking for myself, I did re-up immediately. I got it. I read it. Clicked the button. Paid my money, and that's it. It's taken care of. I don't have to think about it for the next. I'm paid up to the end of the year, so I guess another year and a half or so. Let me see who else. Everyone extended their CAF subs to help pay for the plane ticket to SDC. I extended, says Peter. Tom did a couple of days ago. I didn't mention that other site once tonight. It's not me. I was just joining in my fellow chatters. I didn't say anything about you in regards to that, though, MLB. Damn, I guess I'm out. Ruben only has allegiance to Mike. Yeah, to my friendship with him. At the University of Michigan. I like that one. Nice, Ian. I like that. That's very cool. Stanley has gone missing for months at a time. Exactly. You remember that, Tom. He's done it before. But again, you can't blame me for thinking, and you can't blame yourself for thinking that, you know, this time maybe because he's upset. Because he thinks I don't want to foster competition in the hobby, within the hobby, you know. Yeah, so whatever. It's certainly not my fault if he misunderstood something, you know. It was interior of the CD. Okay, talking about that earlier. Ruben will flip Ulan exclusive on CAF, Marcus. Uh, okay, thanks. Okay, cool plays. Ruben the Flipper. Flip, 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 flip. Lurking. Just don't give a fuck about 99% of the art shown. I know, Mike. I know, which is why I'm always so appreciative when you're here. I know the kind of collector you are, you know. So it's always very appreciated that you show up anyways, you know. And that's why I'm always happy to have you join me from time to time, you know. Yeah, you're a good dude, man. You're a good dude. Um, and just FYI, you know, when I do show and tells, Mike, you know, I always when the collector has a piece of like preacher art or something you like, I almost always try to feature that piece, just literally just for you. I'm not joking when I say that, because I know how little else you care about. The only reason I skipped through that preacher page earlier was just because it's like, ugh, whatever, one random preacher page, $2,500. Who gives a shit? Whatever. You know, it seems like it's the normal price. It's not like it's some outstanding page we need to talk about. So that's the only reason. So I figured even you wouldn't give too much of a shit about it. So that's why I just kind of skimmed through it, you know. Let me see. Dave Stevens Rocketeer magazine piece and the Todd McFarlane Riot magazine Spawn cover guy, cover maybe guys. Dave Stevens. Okay, hold on. Dave Stevens. Let's see what it. Hopefully the search. Oh, was that? So was that Al? Was that the one where it has the Lothar splash page? Is that the one you're talking about? Because I didn't think anybody would care about that one. The thin line between love and hate. Nice. Let's see. But that 1% NSN pure magic. Let me see. Let me see. What are you guys saying here? Stanley's a SNCC loyalist. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. CAF increased prices. I think we should talk about this. We already did. And I believe you weren't here. Ruben's gearing up for a rant. I am not, Sean. I am not. Stanley went to the agent. Oh, thank you for reminding me, Rick. Wow, we still have 40 people viewing. Guys, I didn't announce it on the thumbnail for tonight, which was this, right? Because this was the main thing we were going to do. Oh, and Alberto, here's for you. Here's for you in case you're too lazy. That's what I did earlier. All right. Que viva España. And but I didn't mention it. But I got an HNL tonight, baby. I got an HNL. So perfect segue. That's awesome. So thank you, Rickster. I know you didn't do it on purpose because you didn't know I had one. But hey, for mentioning that comment, it's fantastic. Yevgeny says, that's why I like your show and you personally. You're not afraid to tell truth on how you feel about stuff. 100%. Yeah, baby. Thank you, Yevgeny. Thank you. I think more people should just be honest. And I've said it many times, my friend. I've said it many times. I'm fully aware. I'm not for everybody's taste. I know people get offended by certain truths, but, and I wish they wouldn't, but at the same time, it's not to be, certain things shouldn't be taken personally, but I can't help it if you do. I still think it's better to just stay on the side of truth, right? And risk that somebody might take offense as opposed to bullshitting people all the time, pretending I'm somebody I'm not, and, pretending I believe things that I don't, and feel the way about certain people or artwork in this hobby that I don't. You know what I mean? I just think honesty is the best policy. You can't make everybody happy all the time. So that's how I say it. Thank you, Yevgeny, man. I appreciate you. Also, you can stream that album on YouTube. Okay. It is free. Every time I click CAF today, I get a check from the site if I'm a real person. Yeah, weird things happen sometimes. I don't know. Let me see. So even Look at that. Tom says it does that to me as well. And Rick. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Captchas. I think I would swear I've had a captcha on. It's almost like you don't have to be the one to put it on your website. It's like somehow they appear on your website, even if you didn't put it. I could swear that I remember running into a captcha on my website when I was browsing it once. And I certainly wouldn't put it on purpose, you know? So, yeah, so Ruben yelled at me like Neil Adams, so I will never mention he who shall not be named ever again. I never emailed you. I never yelled at you. If anything was, Matt says, if anyone was offended by anything, it was probably something I said. Trust me, there's been a few who have gotten offended by things I've said. Again, I understand, but I'm not going to be somebody I'm not, and you know, just to try to make everybody happy. See, that's the thing. To make everybody happy, you actually have to be a bullshitter on some level. You have to bullshit people. You have to know, you know everybody, and like, oh, you're about to say something, but you know so-and-so is in the chat, and you know they're probably not going to like what you're about to say. So the only way they don't get offended is if you bullshit. You know what I mean? Oh, man, whatever. I'd rather just be a truthful person. That's that. You can't make everybody happy, like I said, you know? Bill's back by operation. What? Dose of reality. Oh, boy. I think the security check with signing in to CAF has affected Ruben's ability to leave comments on my post. I explained to you why I do that. I explained to you. I'm not going to repeat myself, Sean. I'm not going to repeat myself. And if you've forgotten, all you need to do is go back to the one I did leave you a comment, an actual comment on, and see what the difference is between that one and all the others. Let me see. Yeah, right. My ass go for 4 hours. What are you talking about, Tom? I've given you all kinds of comments. The Stevens is Comic Connect. Oh, okay. Yeah, then we're not going to talk about that. I don't follow that auction house, so nothing for me to talk about. So no point in doing that. You know, unless I'll talk about something that happened on an auction house that I don't follow. If it was some, you know, amazing, crazy result, you know, that everybody's talking about on social media, sure. But otherwise, no, because I don't follow it, you know. We could do this all day, right? And today Ruben did 2 comments and had no words. You haven't been watching me. I've done that many times, Tom. H&L, 4 more hours to go. Campeones del Mundo. Woohoo! Not too lazy, Ruben, but since I joined late, I'll watch the first 2 hours of the show sometime tomorrow. Yeah, sure. And trust me, if you don't, I'm not gonna get offended in any way, Alberto. But since you're here live, enhorabuena for sure. We did it, baby. That's when your name came up the most, Alberto. Exactly. Anyone want to watch ETA? Nick, what? I wonder whether I'm a real person every morning. I never had a single issue with CAF, performing security verification. I thought Ruben was going to talk about HNL. Yeah, and I'm going to make it official. Hold on, I'm trying to catch up because I realized, holy crap, there was a bunch of comments. Retina scan for me on CAF. Ruben definitely raised his voice to a different level. Yelling, I guess, is debatable. Oh, I'll raise my voice when you guys are doing shit that you're pissing me off. You're annoying me about something. Like I said 2 weeks ago with the constant barrage of trying to put that guy's name, you know, his website name in the chat, whatever. Because I know you guys are trying to start shit, you know, start drama or whatever. And I want to avoid the drama. Okay, I don't have anything to do with them. Like I said, I don't talk to those people or anybody related to that website. Not interested in doing so, and that's it. There's enough space in this room for everybody. I stay in my lane. He can stay in his. You know, Bill and Kazra stay in theirs. That's it. Whatever. So I do remember why your comments are invisible. I might reply. Oh, that's true. Oh, that's funny. Matt says that he had a nice chat with someone at Comic Connect about Daniel Johnson. Daniel, who's that? And why are you mentioning that? Just because somebody mentioned Comic Connect. Ruben trying to break Marcus says, yeah, that'll never happen. His comment record? Cap's not requiring a sperm sample. Oh my gosh. Oh dear. Oh boy. Mine like a steel trap. Hardly. Lothar first appearance. Okay. I mean, you know what, Al? Because I like you. I don't typically do stuff on the channel just for one particular collector. All right. But because I like you and I had searched it up, here we go. That was easy enough. So you're talking about the Dave Stevens, Lothar first appearance. You know, I mean, listen, you're the one who's going to have to say something about it, though, Al. Listen, if I'm going to buy a Dave Stevens piece for $21,000, I would like at least one panel of the Betty Page Girl, and or at least one panel of the Rocketeer himself. You know, honestly, my feeling is that's a lot of money simply because it's the first appearance of a nobody character nobody cares about, nobody will ever care about. To me, I'll tell you what, Lau, to me, the reason I like him, it's because you know him as Lothar. I know him as Rondo Hatton. Okay? So Rondo Hatton was an old actor, an old Hollywood actor. That's who he's modeled after, this Lothar character. And he played the heavy in a lot of old Hollywood movies from like the, I guess, I don't know, 30s, 40s, that era. He had a very, very unique look. So very, very cool look. And I think he suffered from gigantism. But you'd have to check that up to verify. And that's it. Yeah. So that's the only interest I have in this particular Lothar character myself, personally. The fact that he's modeled after Rondo Hatton. But that's all I have to kind of say about it, you know. And look at that. Southern Comic Geek came into the house. Instead of Stop the Insanity, you can have Stop the Drama. Well, these shit disturbers, they know who they are. And listen, I don't have to tell them, Jason, that they should, you know, stop the drama. They know they shouldn't bring this shit up in the first place. But that's what shit disturbers do. They want to bring up drama. They want drama to start because it gets exciting for them, you know. And let's see. So what else? What else? We have my cat password is my ex-wife's social security number. And of course, I haven't been hacked yet. Awesome. I was thinking of the pencil prelim full figure Rocketeer. Oh, yeah? Is that? Okay, so if I just put Dave Stevens, that one should show up. The Lothar page was sold by Albert for cheap on behalf of the estate. For cheap? Hey, look at that. Mark also knows Rondo Hatton. Did you type that before I started talking about Rondo Hatton? That's great that you know that, if you know that. Because every time I tell people that, they don't know what the hell I'm talking about, who the hell I'm talking about. You know, Mark? I mean, most people I know don't give a shit about watching 1930s, 40s, 50s movies, you know, so that's why. But with our, you know, new little movie, you know, officially unofficial movie club that me, Hart, and Peter have going, I'm gonna force those two guys to watch a bit more 30s, 40s, 50s movies at some point. Old School Hollywood by Stevens. Old School Hollywood, washed up Hollywood. What did I just do there, Marcus? What did I just do there? You're the only one I trust to know what I just did there. Acromegaly, right. The official name for gigantism. Ruben going Rondo and Rondo. Guilty as charged. There you go. Rocketeer graphic novel cover, pencil prelim. Oh, I see on Comic Connect, 31,000. Is that like, would you think that's a lot? Like how finished was it, Rick? How was the level of finish on it? Because, if it's super tight pencil, finished pencils, that's great. But if it's kind of unfinished, light looking pencils, that's not too interesting to me, Oh, you just remember that Stevens modeled Lothar and a guy called Hatton. I get you. So you didn't really know Hatton other than you learned about Rondo Hatton by having read that, that character was based on this actor called Rondo Hatton. Is that what you mean there, Mark? The basketball player Rondo. There we go. Que viva España, campeones. Another actor in the 90s known as Tiny Ron took a tribute name of Ron O'Hatton. Really? That's funny. Matt. Very finished, Rick. Wow, interesting. So if it's very finished, but does it have the Betty Page girl, or does it only have a Rocketeer? What does it have? Okay, sorry, Al. I hope that was enough for you, Al. I at least brought it up. I'm gonna remove that again. And it was a beautiful piece. Okay. So what do you think? Rick? Do you think it was worth the money? Did it feel like it was worth the money? What do you think? Expensive? Maybe even undervalued? Yeah, let me know. Grrr, hate black and white movies. Oh, it's funny. So you knew of Rondo Hatton, but hadn't seen any movies with him. Right. Got you. You knew of him. I got you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Only Rocketeer. I got you. Yeah, I don't know. I price right. Okay. I guess if it's really tight pencils, like you say, is it a full figure? Because if it's a full figure, especially, it sounds like it would be worth it, even without seeing it myself. Yeah. I wish we could have seen Rondo Hatton do a movie with Tor Johnson. I'm sure everybody knows exactly what you're talking about there, Mark. Okay, so full figure with the helmet and gun. Oh, that's very cool. Yeah, so that sounds like that'd be cool to see. I'll have to see if I can find it later in a search. But all right, everybody, this is the point in tonight's show where I will move on from the Heritage Review at part of the episode. And I'm going to show a page that I saw this week on CAF, or this past week, that I thought took things to the whole nother level. All right, HNL, baby, HNL. Whole nother level. And I was like, wow. I spent a lot of time looking at it. Yeah, once again, like I told you the first time I did this, I told you guys that more often than not, I think it's very likely that it'll be pieces that speak to me for aesthetic reasons that I will, feel are like worthy of showcasing here and getting more attention type of thing or whatever, And so I'm gonna bring here. I decided I didn't make a what do you call it, slide for it. I'm instead going to do a share screen. Right, I open up in a picture viewer, and here we go. So Evans, I'm going to tell you what is the HNL since you weren't here. It's just a little, excuse me, it's just a little play on a skit that Keegan Michael Key used to do on Mad TV back in, I guess, the late 90s. And it was him. Here, I'll show you. Here, check it out. All right, so that's a graphic. That's basically a pretty good representation of what Michael Keegan Key looks like back then, certainly. and he played a character named Eugene, and he was a delivery driver for, I don't like a FedEx type company, and the skit would be that he would, go make a delivery, and there was always a guest celebrity, that they would get to play a role in the skit, playing themselves, and he would deliver something, and he would catch them, right? He would like open the door or knock on the door. The celebrity opens it, and he'd be all like freaked out because he's a fanboy. You know what I mean? And he would sit there and start talking to them about how amazing they are, and how great their careers are, and how great this movie or TV show was, blah blah blah, that whole thing. And he would tell them that, yeah, when they performed in that show or that movie, they took it to the whole nother level, And he would say HNL because he's not the smartest guy. He thinks whole nother level works out to HNL. So that's basically it. Do a search. I advise you to do a search for HNL Mad TV, and you'll catch a bunch of skits. When I told everybody to watch it last time, Peter ended up watching a bunch of them, and he said he really, really liked them. So check it out. All right. So in context here, of course, everybody, if you're a first timer, the reason that I say taking it to HNL is because much like the skit, I'm just, like I said, basically wanting to show a piece of art that more than likely, first of all, I just think is out of this world amazing. Like, it's really impressive artistically, and that probably would not get a lot of views otherwise, And so I got to tell you guys, the look, it's not on purpose, but I usually will do the HNL segments based on the aesthetic look of the piece, right? And it's not about friends or whoever you think is my friend. Look, most people I know quite well enough. It's not about that. It's about whatever catches my eye, and I think I just think it needs to be shown more, get more eyeballs on it. And so that's it. So that's why you likely will not find me very often doing HNL segments on like just mainstream art, So it's not about friends or whatever, So anyways, let me cue this up here. Okay. And actually, before I even do that, let me get a sip. Oh, I see Snick Guy has popped into the chat. Let me see. So you have my number. I don't have your number, but I don't want your number, man. I don't care. I saw your comment on the episode a couple of weeks ago. The reason I haven't responded is because I don't give a shit. Okay? You're making this about yourself. The other guys that like to start drama, they tried to make it about you. I have no interest in promoting you. I have no interest in talking about you. I never talk about you. All right? The only time your name has ever been mentioned here is when these guys try to bring it up in order to start shit, though. So they hope that drama starts. That's it. Nothing else. All right? I don't got nothing to say to you. I don't care. Like I said earlier, I don't have an allegiance to anybody in the hobby. I don't give a shit. If I wake up tomorrow and CAF disappeared forever, I don't care. That doesn't mean I'm going to go to your site and start putting my collection on your site. All right. So I don't give a shit. It ain't about you. All right. And then in the last 2 weeks, you try to make it all about yourself by burying the chats, the chat room with your comments, so everybody could see your website name over and over and over. All right. Like, enough of that shit. Like I said, I don't start shit with nobody. You got your lane. I got my lane. Everybody's got their own lane. That's it. So that's it. I don't hate. I don't know you, so I don't hate you. I just don't give a shit about people bringing up something about some website that I don't care about or know anything about and don't want to know anything about, right? And they're constantly, yapping it up just for the sole reason of trying to start drama. So that's it. All right. So coming to my, going to the comment section of my video after the fact and telling me, oh, yeah, here's my number. Call me. I have nothing to say to you. I have nothing to say to you. That's why I have no interest in calling you. All right. And bringing has-been artists that haven't worked in the last 20 years to back you up. It doesn't help your case either. To come and leave more comments to make you feel like you're not the only one leaving that comment. What a fucking joke. That's why I didn't respond to him either. I don't give a shit. Like I said, I don't spend any time talking about you or any of your projects, whatever. The only time it happens is people watching the show live mention it. So that's it. All right. So, let me see. Oh, and no, everyone hates those guys is not talking trash. I'm just responding to the people who are bringing you up constantly because they want to start shit. Saying everyone hates those guys is actual fact. Okay? That's just that everybody I know in this hobby dislikes you and anybody that you're related to. So it's not talking trash. People are coming to my show to try to bury my comments, to pump your name into the comments, right? Which I'm not in the business of pumping anybody up, right? So I simply reacted to what the hell they were doing. And that's it. I ain't talking trash. I don't bring shit up. So stay in your lane and trust me, I never talk about you. Like, do whatever the hell you want in the hobby. I don't care. Everybody can do whatever they want. I've always said that, right? So just do what you want, but just stay in your lane and don't come here and try to fucking promote yourself. That's it. All right? So that's it. And don't talk it again. You're making it about you. Talking about having a bad experience with you. Jesus Christ, like you're whatever, man. Listen, the reason I haven't said anything, right, is because I specifically was trying to. I don't want drama on my channel, right? I've been trying to go out of my way to avoid embarrassing you. Okay, that's the reason I'm trying to avoid replying to any of your comments. Okay, so understand that. Okay, but now you want to talk about find one person who has had a bad experience with me. What the fuck are you talking about? You spent all this time trying to get on Bill's fucking show for over years. You did what? Half a dozen appearances in the end, just so you can then try to compete with him, and on top of it, go on other people's comic book channels to downplay him and talk shit about Calf. Like, what are you talking about? Nobody's had a bad experience with you. What are you talking about? And you know what? It's not even about personal one-on-ones. Okay? You want to know what it is? It's the fact that you came into this hobby a sum total of like 5 fucking minutes ago. And from day one, you even heard me. You heard me say on Bill's channel, hey, I don't care if people, are in this hobby and, they want to try to make money. I'm cool with that. I know a lot of collectors don't like that, right? I don't give a shit. Whatever. I don't see anything wrong with that at all. You think you're good enough to make money in this hobby? Come in and make money? Sure. Go ahead and try it, right? You heard me say that. And because you heard me say that, that's when you reached out to me through the CAPS system, right? And you said, we should be friends. Okay, you remember that? That's exactly what you said. That's all the message contained. Okay, because you heard me say that, and that's what you're about. You came in over from comic books, come here and try to invest, speculate, whatever you want to call it. All right. And then you spent the last few minutes that you've been here pretending that it's anything other than that. For Christ's sakes, the first appearance you made on Bill's channel, you even told people, hey guys, ask us questions. Don't be afraid to ask us questions or make comments. Even if you hate us, please don't be scared. Don't be scared to say things and ask us questions and make comments. Remember that? I remember very clearly. I couldn't believe you would say, like, no, because at that point, up until that point, nobody had outwardly said shit about you. The only thing people talked about is how, hey, look at this guy from comics coming over here to invest and try to make money in comics and pretending like he loves the hobby. You know, that's what people talked about. That's all everybody ever talks about. That's what I'm talking about. It was just that, is that everybody saw through you from day one that you came into this hobby, but you've continued to pretend that it's all about the love of the hobby when it's not. Had you been honest from day one, right? And just admit it. Yeah, I've made money in the past. I'm good at it. I think I'm good at it. I think this hobby is ripe to make money with. I would have fucking respected you. But you've been bullshitting your way through the hobby from day one. And again, I don't care. You're not the first person who's done that. I don't give a shit. That's the whole point. I don't care. You're not unique. So when I went, a week or two after, not long after, I went on Bill's show again. This time, talked about the same topic, right? But this time I mentioned, yeah, I don't care. You want to go and make money, you try to make money, you want to sell art, you can sell art. I don't care. I'm not like most collectors who get all offended because, oh, you're offending my sensibilities because you're taking the hobby that I love and you're trying to make money out of it, you know? I don't care about that. But as soon as I went on and said, I don't care. However, the one thing I do give a shit about is just don't be a bullshitter about it. Just tell the fucking truth. Just have a spine and tell the goddamn truth. Just admit you're here to invest, man. I can respect that because it's the fucking truth. All right? And after I said that, I never heard from you again. I never heard from you again until you popped into the chat 2 weeks ago. So that's it. So I don't wish you or your website any maliciousness. As I said earlier, I don't care. I don't have allegiances to anybody. All right? My only allegiance, if you will, is to good friends that I've made. Okay? People I know I can trust. That's it. I don't care about platforms, businesses. I don't have allegiances to any random auction house or art showing websites. I don't care, you know. And contrary to what Stanley said in his comment a couple of weeks ago, not only was he completely wrong, I love competition. I hate monopolies. I fucking hate monopolies. So I want competition, right? But all I said 2 weeks ago was, you're not the guy to do it. It ain't going to happen. For that reason that I mentioned, that was true. Okay? You don't have to like it. Okay? You don't have to like it. But that's how everybody who has ever talked to me about you and anybody related to you in the hobby, that's how they speak. Nobody says a good thing. And you know, not to belabor the point, but you talked about saying nobody has a bad experience. Find somebody with a bad experience. Well, clearly, Bill and Kaz are number one. Then you started that shit with Felix. I mean, like, I don't get it. How do you think that you think, I've been here 30 fucking years. You think I'm so fucking stupid, or maybe you just think you're so goddamn smart that I wouldn't realize, because I don't hang out on the CGC boards, like I wouldn't realize and be aware of what you did over there with that whole Felix thing and the convention thing. All right? This is, like I said, you're a bullshitter. You're full of fucking shit. So I don't care about you trying to do business. I don't care if you speculate in comics, comic art. And I, in fact, don't want you to lose money. I want you to do well. But don't look at me to be supporting what you do. It's as simple as that. And don't think that you're so important in this hobby, all right, that I would somehow feel I need to spend my fucking valuable time to reach out to you privately. Okay? I don't know who you think you are, but you ain't all that. All right? When you've been in here for more than some total of 5 fucking minutes, then you could come here and fucking talk down to me and talk to me however the fuck you want to talk to me. All right? But until then, like I said, I don't talk about you to anybody. All right? So let me make that last point clear for the last time. I got nothing to do with you. I'm agnostic about you putting out a website that competes with CAF. I don't care. I don't care. Okay? I don't care if everybody I know in this hobby suddenly decides, hey, I'm going to go open up a gallery on CAF. Let them do it. I genuinely don't care. Okay? I don't give a shit. All I know is I'm not going to do it. That's it. And I don't talk about it. I don't talk about you. I don't talk about you or whatever projects people tell me you have going on. That's it. Simple as that. All right? So I would please request that you continue to stay in your own lane. Okay? I don't welcome you here. Okay? And if by some shocking change and turn of events, at some point down the road, right, I see that you're out there admitting that you're here to invest, make money in the hobby, I may get on board. I may get on board and support that. I mean, that's it. That's it. But you don't want to admit it. And by the way, just so you know, it ain't just me. I'm the only one here right now talking, right? It ain't just me. So just so you know, everybody, when I say nobody likes you and whoever's related to you and you know your the things you got going on in original art, it's people basically talking about the same exact thing every single time. It's about how you came in here thinking, hey, this hobby's ripe to make some money in, and you tried to dress yourself up as this hardcore old lover of original art. That's it. That's what they talk to me about. That's the thing. That's why the people who don't like you, that's why they don't like you. For that reason. They know you're a bullshitter. Okay? And you came in, you could have gone this way, you went that way. Whatever. It is what it is. People are going to think what they think about you, and nothing you can do about that, right? Like I tell people all the time, plenty of people don't like me in this hobby, right? Primarily because I call them out on shit, because I say things that may offend them sometimes. You can't make everybody happy, whatever. All I'm telling you, okay, is stay in your own lane, all right? I wish you well. Good luck with your website. Good luck with the competing OAX thing you're doing. I heard you're doing a convention. Good luck. I genuinely do hope it works. But I have nothing to do with it. I don't care. If it works, great. If it fails, who gives a shit? I don't care. Okay? So you got me mistaken for somebody who fucking cares about the fact that you're coming here to try to tell me, oh, don't say this about me, don't say that, whatever. I don't talk about you ever. All right? You're the only one coming here now, right? Because whether it's Tom, Marcus, whoever, any of the guys who were trying to pump your name into my chat 2 weeks ago want to start shit. Okay? So that's it. That's it. Stay in your lane. I stay in mine where I've always been, and that's it. We don't have to interact. All right? That's it. And the last that's the last thing I will say. All right? So All right, getting back to the H&L, everybody. Let's see. Let me see here. All right, so I'm gonna share the screen. All right, got the art up. And yes, what I was saying before, guys, is even though this is only the fourth piece I'm gonna have shown in this H&L segment. Shockingly, it's already the second piece. It's going to be a piece that is owned by somebody who I've already shown a piece for. Okay, so let's get this back up here. So, all right, taking it to the H&L, and now let me bring in. I got to get rid of. Hold on, let me get rid of the. Heritage thing here. I know you guys can't see it, but it's still here. Okay. All right. Now let me make sure piece of art is ready. All right, got that. Now let me see if I can share a screen. Okay. Hold on. So, okay. So hold on. Sorry, everybody. Technical snafu here. I've got the art open in a picture viewer, as I've done this in the past. Okay, I have done this in the past, but for some reason, the picture viewer isn't showing up as an option. Okay, hold on. All right, hold on. So this same thing happened to me last time, and I think the way I fixed it was I got rid of the picture viewer and I reopened the piece of art. So, all right, let me do that again. All right, here we go. Okay, open with photos. Let me see. Okay, so I got it open again. All right, now let me attempt one last time to share the screen. All right, so share. And here we go. Okay. Share. All right. All right. So here it is, everybody. It is a piece from the collection of Peter Rowe, once again. Check it out. And it is a page from Il Corriere dei Piccolo, number 18, page 7, by the legendary Italian artist Alberto Breccia. Actually, Breccia, you don't pronounce the I, from 1971. So just to stay from a distance at arm's length, you could see already it looks phenomenal. It looks like you're watching a black and white movie, doesn't it? It's like, holy shit, that is crazy. Check it out. Check it out. Look at all the textures he creates with his artwork. All the brush strokes. Look at the backgrounds. Amazing. And Peter, you can tell us, I'm assuming that it's an old version of Zipatone that he used for these backgrounds, but let us know. It's a bit blurry, obviously, looking at it like this. So let me see. Here we go. So check it out. I mean, oh my gosh. The lighting is so masterful. You know, look at the spotlights that they're shooting up into the sky. You know, you see the explosions here on the third panel. Oh man, it's like, it's just, it's mind-bogglingly good. Look at this next panel here with the two planes that run into each other. Just how everything crisscrosses each other, you know, the motion lines of the airplanes going through like the Zipatone. I mean, the lights that go through it from the explosions, right? It's just outstanding. How he did here on this panel, right? Probably with a little bit of graphite. The smoke coming from the plane. Look at that. I mean, everything is so, like, the depth is incredible. The depth is so beautifully done. There's so much separation in between everything. Like, okay, especially all these elements. Like, first of all, this image of the pilot right here. Yes, it's a silhouette, but really gorgeous ink work, right? Simple looking, but deceptively simple. Really gorgeous ink work here, right? And look at this panel. Look at the depth. When I talk about depth, all the different layers, the explosions in front of the spotlights shooting up into the sky, right? All the arms that are being fired into the sky, crossing the spotlights. I mean, and he's got still the zip tone in between. It's just amazing. And then, of course, the light and how he lights the underneath of the airplane, the bomber, right? Which obviously it's you know, with all these spotlights coming from underneath, you know, that's why you see all the highlights underneath the plane, but darkness all on top of it, on the side of it. Really, really gorgeous stuff. Really outstanding. And then again, the plane. Look at this. Look at all the textures here. It looks like, it feels like there's a million different textures in this panel. You know, look at this. Look at that. I mean, wow. That is just outstandingly good. And seriously, nothing like this was ever really done for the mainstream American companies, you know, publishers. I mean, and that's why this is the type of thing that, you know, this is an artist taking comic book illustration to a whole nother level. That's what this is all about, you know? So yeah, let me pull that out again. Again, Alberto Breccia, really, really fantastic. And here, let me catch up to some comments. Let's see. And yes, Peter, it's just a coincidence. Hey, listen, you're buying great art, right? You're buying great art. So it's not about you being my friend, but it's just outstanding artwork that, yeah, it deserves to have far more attention, basically, you know. So let me see. Let me see. There we go. Mark. Yeah, well, I'm glad that you appreciate it, Mark. You know, I know you're in the hobby in large part for the aesthetics, and so I know that this kind of a page definitely appeals to you, as it does to me. You know, my friend Jeff Singh, he has Alberto Breccia art as well. Really, really nice stuff. But I gotta admit, I think I'd have to go back and look. But out of all the stuff that I think I've seen from Breccia, this, from what I can remember, this has to be the most beautiful single page I've ever seen. So yeah, man, like, it left me speechless. I just kept staring at it in his gallery when the day he posted it, you know. My gosh, man. Yeah, it's just amazing. You know, it's a shame. You know, it's a shame that it's not like, in a sense, yes, it's a shame that it'll be mostly pieces that aren't, you know, mainstream superhero, you know, that I will probably show. But I would love to have seen, you know, Alberto Breccia, you know, do stuff like this, but like in a mainstream DC or Marvel comic, you know, just to see what that would have looked like. Man, So good. So yeah. I will say, Marcus, if you if you newly posted your Sienkiewicz cover, I'd probably show that one. I'd probably show that one. And yeah, so anyways, that's basically it. Peter, I hope you're still around. Looking to see if you were. Oh, hold on. Sorry, everybody. Just a quick segue. Maki says, fell asleep, won the cover to JoJo. And okay, so the Lee Weeks. Yeah. Fantastic, man. That's great. It seems like a fair price to me. So well done. Okay. And have Peter join the stream. Well, he if he wanted to, he could have done so already. And let me see. Mark says, I'm a fan of Recha's work on Mort Cinder. Yeah, I mean, that's one of his most famous works. Yeah, some similarities, but it's not quite exactly the same. That's why I was so blown away by this one, Yeah, so and Evans was the master of planes. Come on, you know that. He does amazing plane work. For sure. But yeah, this is just phenomenal. That's why I couldn't believe it. It's like, wow. Yeah, this is just mind-blowing. Like Rick says, man, it's the perfect war page. And Tom thinks that the inks are amazing. And for the time it took, it's crazy. Well, we don't know how much time it did take, though. That's the thing. But yeah, no, it's again, it had me speechless. It was really amazing. Really, really great. Yeah, it's too bad. It's funny because I mentioned Jeff Singh was here. He was here earlier tonight, and he has Brecha art. It's a shame that he's not here now, because yeah, I'm curious to see what he would think about this and say about it. I guess I'll have to get in touch with him and ask him if he saw it. And Peter is now the governor. Peter is speechless. It's true. Where's Peter? Did he fall asleep? I haven't seen him say anything. And let me see. Stop saying his name. I keep coming back to my phone because I think you're talking crap about me. What? Let's see. Calm down. And let's see. Pete got scared away. And nobody can claim again that Rubén is not a fierce defender of CAF. Running for governor, he should take his media opportunity. Let's see. Phil, let's see. There you are. I don't know what to say except Zipatone is extremely fine, unlike others I've seen. Lots of techniques. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it looks like there's a heck of a lot of techniques to create all the heck of a lot of textures, yeah, just wow. It's just really, really amazing. Compson's still here. Nice, man. There you go. He's an appreciator of the Brecha work. And so is Ian. Nice. Likes that too. Look at that. That's not a compliment, Tom. Tom tells you, Peter, you find the best pieces. That's very cool. Brecha is innovative, reminds me of George Pratt, which should be the other way around, because I know George Pratt is an admirer of Brecha's, So classy stuff from Peter. There are 8 great Brecha pieces on Snikt. Really? Wow. Well, hopefully it helps to make the site better, right? Good art makes any site better. Yeah. So yeah, really, really outstanding piece of illustration. Just on its own illustration, and then also, of course, amazing just piece of comic book work. It's just amazing. Yeah. Just looking at it like from arm's length distance like this, where you can see all the panels. Shit, you could tell it's a magnificent piece of art. It's just, yeah, man. and it's just, again, I'm speechless, especially when I first saw it, and it happens to be about a true story, which is cool too. Yeah, and there you go. Thanks everyone, says Peter. All right, so let me remove this. All right. And so, Alberto says that I'm never speechless. If you had seen me when I saw the piece in Peter's gallery when he listed it, I was like, I wanted to say stuff. I didn't know where to begin. You know, it's just, amazing. Yeah, amazing stuff. And yes, congrats again on the page, Peter. And for already after only 4 different pieces shown on the HNL segment, already having 2, being the proud owner of 2 of those 4 pieces. So that's pretty cool. And listen, pretty cool. It's not cool because it's on my show. It's just cool because I think, more eyeballs will see it, and I mean, more that type of art really deserves to be seen by more eyeballs. So I'm just glad I can do it. Breccia pieces have been in previous weeks top 10 under CAF Weekly. Okay, it's possible, but if they did, and listen, I've seen other Breccia pieces, like I said, even on CAF. It's just, and again, even Jeff. I mean, he's posted in his gallery. So I've seen nice pages, but even still, none of them that I could remember moved me the way this piece did. Yeah. So this one just blows my mind. And let's see, HNP whole, another Peter piece. What? Okay. Happy birthday to Kazra. Happy birthday, Kazra. Interesting. I didn't even get a like an email from Facebook. They usually do that to tell you when somebody is it's their birthday. But happy birthday, Kazra. Movie about this raid, The Dam Busters, black and white. Damn, too bad you hate black and white movies. Yeah. But so that's it. I mean, I'm there you go. And the the owner of tonight's HNL piece also wishing you a happy birthday, Kazra. I hope you had a great day. And that's about it. So that's it, peeps. That's it. Apologies to everybody for once again having to waste a bunch of fucking time dealing with fucking Snick guy and ruining the show. But whatever, man. Like I said, everybody needs to stay in their lane. You don't got to come here and look for attention. And seriously, you fucking shit disturbers, you need to cut the shit. Cut the shit. Another happy birthday wish from the Rickster to Kasra Gambari. And thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. I mean, again, sorry we couldn't see like more pieces from Heritage. Although, I mean, I still skimmed through 200 of them, right? So, it's all things considered, not having a studio mate, it was, it's just tough to do more than that. And so all things considered, I think it still, went pretty well. I hope you kind of still liked the Heritage show and tell portion. Pretty good. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. Great quality quantity combination of a show. Thank you, MLB. I appreciate that. Thank you. So that's it. So as for next week, That's next. So next week is the SDCC, San Diego Comic Con, right? And so I guess that works out perfectly for next week to be a hangout, an episode of Comic Art Hangout. Just because it's the biggest show with New York, and a lot of, well, I don't know about a lot, but certainly some of you regulars go to the con, and unlike Marcus, are not willing to come and tune in to my show right after the con finishes on Sunday at 5 o'clock on the West Coast. So I guess it'll just be just a hangout, nice and simple. And after tonight's muscle straining episode, a relaxing hangout would be good. Hopefully somebody comes to hang out with me. It's always more fun with more people, right? So that answers your question, Alberto. Emotions running through this show rivals the journey of Odysseus. I don't even know if I want to watch that, but it's getting good ratings apparently. I do need a co-host just because it's so much easier. Physically, it's so physically taxing. You can't see it on screen, right? But it's so physically taxing doing it alone. So let's see. Oh, Scott, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for dropping in as always. I appreciate that very much, sir. And they love me all. I know. Marcus, as usual, will probably be here. He always is. Caesar, I don't know. Caesar's not been around a lot. He's been sick lately. Yeah. Email you about the Lucas Museum show. Yeah, cool, man. I appreciate that, Mark, for sure. Thank you. And thank you, Ian. I appreciate it very much. And Caesar would be nice. Yeah, look at that. I'm going to tell Caesar that a couple of you have requested that he be here on anything besides the year-end Christmas unboxing episode. I'm sure he appreciate that. Appreciate the love. Thank you, Rick. I appreciate that very much. And Tom, same thing. And let me know next week, buddy. And let's see. Oh, cross-country camp. Wow. Some of those guys don't have to be there all day, 5 days like me, and we'll do the show. It's different. Everybody's got their sort of schedules and availabilities and possibilities and abilities or not, to do or to not do certain things, right? Always appreciate that, Marcus, though. And Evans, thank you very much, man. I appreciate you. Thanks for dropping in and hanging out. And Peter, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And thank you, Frank. I appreciate that. Great show as always, he says. Peter, fun show. Thank you. Thanks for the nice words, everyone. Very, very welcome and well-deserved. So have a great week, everybody. And like I said, oh, you know what? I just realized Nikki never, hold on. Did Nikki give me a, man, am I losing it? Oh, and sorry. Oh, I do have one thing before you go, everybody. Before you go, I want to, there's still 3 dozen of you here, so it's pretty awesome. So some of you know who Big Phil is. Okay, like I don't know him personally, right? But a lot of you guys know who he is. So I just want to put, for those of you who may or may not know who he is, so Big Phil, he's in this hobby. You can check him out. I'm going to give you a link. He has a Kickstarter going for this interesting project where he's trying to seek out and track down the artwork, the Jack Kirby artwork for Fantastic Four number 52. It's a project called Finding 52, all right, which seems very interesting. So just go, I'm going to give you the link and you can go and check out the Kickstarter and just read up on what it's all about, all right? But sounds like a very interesting project. So yeah, here, putting it in the chat. There you go. All right. There's a direct link to the Kickstarter. So please do check that out. Yeah, he's known as Collections in Black. He does this thing called Collections in Black. So you can even do a search on Google for Collections in Black to learn more about him, you know. And that's it. I don't know. I don't know what he's gonna do. I guess that's what the Kickstarter is all about. 52 art pickup. Yes, sir. And great job once again, buddy. I'll be out of town next week. All right. Thanks, Sean. I appreciate it. Thank you. No worries, man. Have a good one. Safe trips. Safe trip, I should say, and safe travels. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. So go check out the Kickstarter, read up on what it's about. He's got a video. He's got a little video for a couple of minutes that'll explain what it is, what it's all about, what he's doing. So yeah. So that should be very, very fun and interesting. And sure, San Diego, says Marcus, would be the place to ask around about the artwork. I agree. He may be there. For all I know, I don't know. I don't know. You know. So yeah, check out the video anyways on the Kickstarter page, everyone, and yeah, send them a few bucks if you think it's something that you know you want to see come to fruition. And just one last thing. Yeah, I feel like Nick didn't give me anything this week. I just realized. Yeah, Nick hey, Marcus, Tom, did Nick say there was no show again this coming week? It's kind of weird. Either way, I'll give him a promo push just to remind everybody, go to check out, if you like art claim shows where you can claim art, you check out Nikki B here on Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific on his channel called, well, the show is The Original Art Experience. Just do a search for the EXP, the EXP. All right. All right. And, oh, guest host, I'm being told. Oh, so Marcus says probably no show. No, okay, no show. Okay, Tom confirms no show. Although Matt is saying guest host. Already advertising for the Friday after. Okay, so there may not be a show, everybody. Anyways, it's a good reminder. Check it out on Friday and see if there is a show. Tune in and see if somebody else guest hosts or not. You know. No calf shows. Oh, there's no calf shows at all? You mean for the full week? Man. There was an hour given to kickstart on this last show, to a kickstart on this last show. I don't know what you mean by that. Thank you, Al. Thank you. Appreciate it. Matt will not be guest hosting, I'm pretty sure. Cap needs an intern. Gwen can do shows. All smooth sailing after this. All right. So yeah, fellas, thank you again very, very much. Really appreciate the support as always. Had a good time. And have a great week, whatever you do. Those of you going to San Diego, yeah, man, have a great fun time there. And if you do go to San Diego and also come back here next Sunday, feel free. It'll be a hangout episode, so it'll be the perfect time for you guys to tell us how it went. And hell, because it's a hangout episode, anybody going to San Diego, and if you plan on still tuning in Sunday night, and if you want to get in the studio with me, you're welcome to do that as well and talk about how the San Diego show went, you know. Yeah, so that's it. All right. So other than that, like I said, everybody have a good one, and we'll catch you here next week. And until then, as I always say, go blue.